Hello everyone, dear participant of Digital Art Mobility Conference. Welcome to start. We have 10 minutes to prepare for the start with a great day. And before we show you the one very great project what was created in co-residency in the first cohort of co-residency. It's a sound performance from Pedro Fraguela, and we can start to look with art and start to preparing to a start of conference. Welcome all. Hello, everyone. I am Ludmila, or Lucy, and today we start to, I think is most important for this year conference for the art and culture field. The Digital Art Mobility Conference start very early in some side of Earth, but today we must connect different people from different continent and talk about very important things. I want to present my colleague, my assistant Olena. She helped me to talk about this conference about very important thing and can help you and me to feel yourself very easy. At first I want to ask you video on, microphone off, and we can start. Olena?
Hi everyone, I'm very glad to be the part of this amazing conference, and I want to highlight that during this conference we offer you a possibility of networking, and please feel free to share your contacts in the general chat so you can connect with each other as well, share the links to your websites and profiles, and maybe you can write a short info about your project so you can use this opportunity to just make some new projects together.
Thank you. I want to start. My name is Lucy Nechai and I am curator of Nazar Voitovich Art Residency. I am from Ukraine. I am researcher and culture activist and doing advocacy of art mobility in the Ukrainian culture field. Today I will moderate this conference and want to present to you a result of my study of best practices of digital residency experience. My result is 9 incredible speakers with inspiring projects. I want to thank each of them to agree to take part in conference and sharing their experience. I wanted to thank for the support House of Europe, a program of European Union implemented in Ukraine and helping to become stronger in our culture field. I want to thank my NGO, Congress of Culture Activists, and my best team, Olena and Bogdan, for very good work in the process of preparing this conference, and my technical support, Livestream company. I want to thank the all Ukrainian Youth Center for help to organization of a present event, and special thanks worldwide platform of art residencies, Artis, for support and promotion of our conference. And thanks to all who now join the conference here in Zoom and on live stream on YouTube. Today we will talk about challenges for culture and art mobility, about tools and scenarios to solving different issues, and about building new communities around the challenges in the 1 year under COVID-19. In first session, we discuss the state of the international community of art residency. Project was emerged during the pandemic. How to physical program can to adapt it to online format within a week. Which tools for virtual program bring the most reliable connection? How the community is built around the digital mobility project. Our speakers of third session is Luigi Galimberti, Odette Brady, Diana Berg, and Michael Hedrick. At first, I'm very happy to meet you with Luigi Galimberti. He is board member of Artis.
Yes, and as Artist, we know this is one of the largest networks of artist residencies in the world, and Luigi currently manages one of the UK 9 creative clusters at the University of Arts London, having joined from Tate, where he previously held the position of the research manager. And from 2012 till 2016, he was the director of transnational dialogues and exchange program for artists, architects, designers, and writers across Brazil, China, and several European countries. So let's greet our first speaker.
Yes, and Luigi has so kind to agree to talk about challenges last year of art residencies in a condition of pandemia. Welcome, Luigi.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, thanks a lot to Ludmila and Elena for the invite and the support, and also thanks to everyone else for allowing me to share the following presentation with you today. The question that I will explore in the next 20 minutes is whether the arts residency sector is a changing landscape or whether it is not. And the aim of the presentation in particular is to provide data that can help contextualize the sector, particularly, but not exclusively focusing on the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact. I will now share my screen with you, which I hope you can all see. The presentation is divided into 5 parts. I will introduce you to Artis. Then I will introduce the 2 surveys that we run in partnership with University College London, particularly talking about the impact of COVID-19 on activities and funding and on the digital and the virtual. And I will conclude by trying to give a wider my thoughts about the larger picture. I will start about presenting with Artis, and again, thanks Elena for the very nice introduction. We are indeed one of the oldest and largest networks of arts residencies. What I really want to stress is that 100% of our time and resources go into supporting our members as well as the sector as a whole. Of course, we do not do this just by ourselves, but we constantly engage with dozens, if not hundreds, of organizations of all types and size to advocate the importance of arts residencies. Our most popular feature is definitely our website, which some of you may already know. The website has more than 4 million visitors per year. And it's a directory for our members. It's very popular, of course, among artists who can search for residencies. But I must confess that in the last year of lockdown, I've used this directory quite often myself, sometimes to travel with my imagination, other times to write organizations and propose new projects, which I actually did a couple of times. You can search by type of residency, the size, whether you need to pay a fee or not, whether it's accessible, if you have any disability. If you may want to localize a specific area of the world, then you might pick like a residency that you like, and then you can explore more in detail the residency and then connect directly with them. However, what I want to stress is that we are not just a directory. This is what distinguishes us from many other organizations. Our members must abide to our values, which have been drafted in consultation with them. We hold these values very dearly, and we know from our practice that following these values is necessary for a successful residency experience. And going straight to today's topic, I believe that these values are even more fundamental as far as digital residencies are concerned, because I believe that uncritically equating the digital or the virtual with a more democratic or more accessible environment is a serious pitfall. But I'm pretty sure that the speakers who will follow me, they're going to show us how to implement these and other fundamental principles in their digital practices. So I'm very much looking forward to hear what's next. You're very welcome to follow us on our website and subscribe to our newsletter. At the same time, I do invite you to support us and join our community of practitioners. We welcome individual members, residency members, as well as private or public funding organizations. The main topic of the presentation is indeed to give you an overview of how COVID-19 has impacted the arts residencies field. This is no small task, and the effect of COVID-19, the various lockdowns with the travel restrictions, and eventually the potential for a global recession are yet to be seen in full. This is where we started. Well, straight from the first few months of COVID, we immediately realized, as many of us did in the sector. I'm not sure if also an equivalent number did in the various governments, but that COVID would have a profound impact. And the creative industries were badly hit by COVID on the one side, and on the other side, the support in those countries where support was available was a bit patchy due to the nature of the work in creative industries, and particularly for the simple impact of having all the spaces being closed: museums, theaters, universities, and all cultural institutions. And with them also arts residencies were badly hit, with programs being cut short or cancelled, of course. But at the same time, what I want to stress is that it is not just about COVID. The arts residency landscape had seen a few other trends and has been shaped in the recent years by humanitarian crises or climate change, or by other political issues that made traveling more difficult, and as well as by environmental concern. But at the same time, there is also an advance in technology and what technology can offer us. So it's definitely a mixed, complex, and an interesting picture that we need to deal with. This survey, this COVID-19 impact survey, is a collaboration between Artis and University College London, with the aim of examining the immediate, medium, and long-term impacts of COVID-19 on the international arts residencies field. I will present you the first two reports, with a third report due to come out in early 2022. This is an unprecedented, in-depth survey of the sector, which has attracted a wide participation. However, I want to make clear that this is, of course, I'm going to give you a general aggregated picture. Your own individual experiences might differ to a small or large extent to what I'm going to show you. And I will be very much interested to hear how and why your experiences differ and what we and everyone else can learn from them. The first focus is on the impact of COVID on activities and funding in organizations. The impact was strong straight away, this needs to be said, with 1 in 10 organizations being surveyed organization being forced to close. These of course are all kind of estimates, but the sample was pretty large, it must be noted. At the same time, when we ran the first survey in May, June 2020, uncertainty was probably the key word. There was a lot of uncertainty. People really didn't know how long is this going to last, whether are we going to survive as an organization, what is going to be the financial impact. But of course, many arts residency managers, they were of course anticipating long-term financial consequences, which unfortunately materialized during the course of 2020. And in the second survey, which was run in October and November of 2020, 61% of organizations said that they were unable to access emergency funding support. And at the same time, of course, support funds were used to pay for staff and to cover for operational costs. But many organizations also took advantage of the funds to invest, for instance, in digital innovation. Many organizations told us that it was an opportunity for them to take a break and rethink their model, to become more nimble, to keep the books, I would say, more in order. For instance, to have a deeper thought about contract with artists, about insurances that would cover both themselves and the artist. So this break was also an opportunity for some organization. How does the future look like? I would say for organization, there's a mildly positive picture, with 70% of organizations planning to operate in-person residencies in 2021. Interestingly to note, there is an interest from artists in local residencies. So mobility is becoming more localized for obvious reasons. And just 2% of the residencies, they plan not to operate any residency this year. However, for artists, the picture is indeed very, very different. Straight away from the first survey in spring 2020, more than 50% of the residencies that artists were supposed to attend were canceled. The respondents said that COVID-19 was having a significant or critical impact to the professional development, to the motivation, to the inspiration, to events and projects. And 30% of artists were saying that they were concerned about the long-term personal and financial implications of COVID. Alas, the second survey underlined this very much, with the majority of artists, 68%, being unable to access any emergency funding, and for a series of reasons, which I think is worth paying attention to. Artists said that they could not access funding or were rejected because of their immigration status, because of the lack of consistent income, because of their age group, or because of rural location, or simply for the fact that competition for grants was extreme, was not realistic indeed. So the cultural creative sector, particularly in the visual arts and arts residency, was a fragile sector, and COVID gave a very powerful blow. And artists were more impacted than others, possibly because there was a less resilience among the artists than among organizations. Also, the survey answers, so they say. And indeed, there is a stark difference in how artists use funding differently than organizations. Artists use funding to pay for daily living expenses, means rent, food, and only 34% of artists use the funds to invest in new works. What lies ahead? Well, if you've never seen the image on your right, I must assure you, I haven't made it up. It is real. It's an official advert of the UK government portraying a young ballet dancer and saying, well, but don't worry whether you want to be a ballet dancer. Don't worry whether you've trained years and years and maybe you're even good at it. Don't worry about that. Your next job would be in cyber. You just don't know it yet. You want to be an artist? Rethink. Are you really sure? You have trained for many years. You've got your undergrad, your masters. You've done apprenticeships with other artists. Reskill. Maybe you thought you were at a good position in your career. Well, reboot, restart. Maybe it's not for you. So this is the message that is coming from actually one of the government that has been probably more supportive in terms of funding to the creative sector, certainly in Europe. And indeed, the survey that we ran tells exactly that, with 12% of the artists considering to leave, to stop being artists. This percentage is 18% among emerging artists, and 88% of artists saying that their mental health has been severely affected by the pandemic. So this is a clear message that we need to take into consideration as practitioners, as managers in the cultural sector, but also when we run digital and virtual activities and residencies. I think a certain fragility and mental health is very important. It's something that needs really to be taken into account. And this leads to very well to my next topic, which is the second focus of the survey. The survey also covered other topics, but I'm only focusing on two. The second focus is on the digital and the virtual. It's it's a mixed picture. The majority of artists said that they agree that some aspects of residencies could take place indeed online, but only 41% agree that only 41% said, well, 41% said that residencies are all about in-person exchange. So the majority don't think that that residency can take place exclusively in a virtual fashion. With indeed only like a fifth of the respondents saying that creation of artworks can happen online, can happen virtually. At the same time, artists mentioned in the comments in the survey that organizations should provide more online opportunities, collaborative projects, networking opportunities, studio visits, virtual exhibitions, etc. So there is definitely an interest. There is probably maybe more demand than offer at this stage, we might say. And for the second survey, when asked which type of residency they were planning to attend or applying for in 2021, only 17% of artists said that would plan or they wanted to attend a virtual digital residency. However, when asked if they were interested in principle, there is a very interesting split, almost 50%, 50-50. 50% of the artists saying yes, we are interested in participating in a virtual residency, and 50% saying that they are not. But what is to be noted is only 7% of organizations, they offer virtual residency opportunities. So again, there is an interest which is growing. The offer is not yet there, but I believe it will be very, very soon. I will briefly share with you a couple of quotes taken from the survey. They are, I would say, quite obvious in a way, but they're worth stating. And these quotes focus on what probably the digital or the virtual, or what artists at the moment perceive that the virtual and digital environment cannot give to them. It's about informal conversation, it's about conviviality, meeting new people at meal. But at the same time, it's also about the fatigue that many of us, if not all of us, are experiencing in front of a computer screen. I know I'm part of the problem because I'm currently talking to you in front of a screen with you listening in front of a computer screen. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done on this sector, on this topic, particularly considering the impact on mental health, and also kind of to differentiate between, let's say, maybe our more daily mundane activity and our creative time. Because if it is all about sitting at a desk and watching at a screen, this can be problematic indeed, and this is what our respondents have made very clear in the survey. So these for me are the key findings of our two surveys. This is an extreme simplification. COVID-19 had a high impact on activities and funding for organizations and artists. It had a very high impact on artists' mental health. Digital virtual residencies are still a very small phenomenon, but it is indeed a changing landscape. Things will change, and I'm sure that many of the people that will present after me, they will be the protagonist of this change if they are not already. Before concluding my talk, and after this deep dive into the arts residency sector, I would like to briefly touch upon two last points, which I believe I feel the urgency to talk about. One is about normality and the new normal. Since the very first month after the pandemic started, I would say the general sentiment in media or generally among people is, well, when are we able to go back to normality? But are we really sure that this is what we want? what did normality look like before COVID, and what does normality look like during COVID? Are we really sure that we want this kind of new old normal? What we can see is a general worrying global picture, and this is the context in which arts residency operate in. And what we should discuss about is whether this is changing or not. So maybe arts residencies are changing, probably, but is the context around changing, and in which direction? And partially a response to this slide is my very last point of this presentation, which is about, of course, the digital and the virtual environment. I would like to read together with you a quote which I liked very much. It's from a former colleague of mine at Tate, but this is not why I like this quote, and I would like to read it together with you. And of course, the quote is about placemaking in the more traditional sense. It's about spaces, squares, public spaces, private spaces. We are each other's neighbors, and we are all owners of place. And any place that excludes us, just the one person, is a failed space and a damning reflection on us all. We are in a time of environmental, racial, and economic reckoning. It is our job as placemakers to work for a place-based climate and social justice led by the experts of that place, the communities we are in the service of. That is our opportunity now, as it ever was and should have been. And what I want to say is that there is an online placemaking that we can do and we should do. And I think it might be a solution to some of the issues that I highlighted above. I'm aware that my time is over for this presentation. I very much look forward to answering your questions. I just want to point out that as with Artis, in partnership with SAC Gallery in Bangkok, we are running our annual conference, which, well, surprise, will be online this year in September 2021. So again, you're very welcome to join us. So that's everything for me for the moment.
Luigi, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. It was very informative. And while preparing to this conference, we received some questions. And how do you think, in your personal opinion, can virtual or digital residencies have the same fruitful production or outcome that the virtual ones? As when you come to the physical residency, you change the context, you immerse, you make a deep dive into something completely new for you, you exchange ideas and insights with some people you just met. And in virtual residency, you stay at home or in your studio, you just can share ideas. How do you think, how productive can be the virtual residencies in comparison to the physical ones?
Well, of course, I haven't got the answer to that. I'm not sure that anyone has. I think it's just a matter of trying things. We are all trying, we're all testing, and we should do it, I would say, very freely, very openly. We should feel free to make mistakes. We will make plenty of mistakes. There are issues about accessibility and how to what extent the online environment is a democratic and accessible environment. This is something that definitely needs to be taken into consideration. I think there is a topic which is deeply entangled with the virtual and the digital, which is the environment. Because I would say the main critique that can be moved to the residency sector is that it has a footprint because it's about people flying. Last autumn, September 2020, I ran a series of conferences together with the Artis, the Swedish arts grants organization. And one of the conference, I had Lucy Horta from UAL and Marco Maria Zanin, two artists and also two arts residency organizers themselves. And there was, of course, a fairly heated debate. Well, do we really need to travel? Possibly yes, because to travel means to know, in a way, and to know more about ourselves in a way. but yes, this can be done virtually. This can be done behind a computer screen, but it needs to be manageable. That's the hard part. It's not whether of course we can learn a lot, but it needs to be manageable. It needs to be compatible with our own life.
Luigi, thank you so much for the answer. And another question that just show up is how just your presentation of the Res Artist was amazing, and how can an art residency join your community? So how to join Res Artist?
Well, there are many ways. The most simple ways, well, we have a very popular website and very large following. But I think that by becoming our member, you help us in helping you in a way, and in helping other organizations and in helping artists. We have very, let's say, competitive rates, which are proportionate to the income of the organization. So it is very very affordable, or affordable in most of the cases, to become our member. And it's besides the tools that we give you, besides the visibility, it's about kind of sharing value and sharing a vision in a way, which is what we really need to do, is like is developing together a vision which also is more complex, more diverse, and more responsive to the global changes.
Thank you. I would like our audience and participants to ask questions. Just feel free to write your questions for Luigi in the chat. Maybe somebody wants to ask something. You can raise a hand if you want to ask a question.
It was a very dense presentation. I am aware of that. I hope I didn't kill the atmosphere with so many numbers and data, but I think it gives again the sentiment of the sector, and like a general feeling, which is why I think it is, let's say, food for thought, and at the same time, I'm sure the individual experiences are different from the picture they show, and this is what is very interesting, is that maybe the overall aggregated picture is indeed a bit bleak. There is a lot of vitality at the level of the individual artists and organizations and communities.
And Luigi, we have a question from Michael Hedrick. Did you have any survey results around tools, digital products that artists are comfortable to use?
Unfortunately, not, but we are running a third survey later in the year. And actually what we have been doing, for instance, with the second survey, is that we decided, of course, to go deeper into the topics that were, of course, more promising and more interesting in terms of results. And this is definitely something that we are interested to do in the next in the next survey. And I think it is what it is really about is really like tools and how accessible they are. Something that we really, I know we have it in mind, and probably some of us have really made some contribution towards making the digital more accessible, but it really is not. Having bandwidth is not for everyone. It is a privilege. We are very privileged to be able to be here on Zoom and share videos on Zoom. This is something that we need to realize, and we need to keep in mind critically, and probably something that physical residencies sometimes manage to do is to break many barriers. And I think this is something that digital residencies also should keep it definitely in mind, that we should not kind of replicate the inequalities of the physical world in a digital environment, because there are ways not to, very simply because of that, in my opinion.
And we have one more question from Odette. If you have an idea about how to fund programs which aren't tied to a single place or locality.
Oh, that's a terribly interesting question. It actually something that came up, for instance, in the survey very much is those that received funding, organizations, even those that received funding, were lamenting that the funding were mostly national. There is a need, which is not just a financial need, to receive attention and support internationally. This is, of course, because national funding often comes with a lot of politics in it, in many countries. And also because, again, there is, or at least this is what I see, a need to feel part of a larger community. There is a resurgence in nationalism in all countries, and we see that. And I think probably arts residencies are an antidote to nationalism. And being able to aggregate funding from all over the world to a cause which takes place in many places at the same time. This is key. This is really important. Beside the amount of the funding or the actual, whether the project is a large project or not, but is the principle of joining forces. There are, of course, examples. I'm sorry, it's a very silly answer to a very clever question, but there are many GoFundMe project and Kickstart project that exactly do that. And receiving €5 from someone from the other side of the world whom I never met, it means a lot. It means a lot to what I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. I hope all of you understand what we have the not very easy situation now in the world, but we have a different opportunity. And now I want to present you a next speaker. Odette Brady. She was the first who received me for my invitation to take part in this conference, and I am very thankful for this, because after I start more understand what I can do it. And Odette, few words about Odette from Olena.
Odette Brady is a program designer and facilitator from Cel del Nord, Barcelona, and she's an arts organizer and a co-founder of the Cel del Nord, a small residency in Catalonia, which began in 2018. As well, Odette is an author, and together separately is a virtual residency run by Cel del Nord, and since March 2020 the program has welcomed 131 artists from 32 countries. And Odette, please, you're welcome to start your presentation.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Lucy, for having me. I feel like I'm in fantastic company here. And I'm really excited because I actually feel quite strongly about the programs that we're running here. In terms of, just off the back of what Luigi was saying, I think of them not as a way of replacing in-person residencies, which are important for a very different reason, but more in terms of, since we've been running our virtual program off the back of the pandemic, I have started to see all the other ways in which they could be important and could, alongside in-person residencies, meet completely different needs, as well as with some crossover. So yeah, I'm excited to tell you, I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm kind of feeling my way still after a year, but I can tell you what I've learned, and hopefully we can share a little bit. Let me share my screen with you. Okay, let's see if she can do it. Okay. So what I'll talk about today, first of all, I'll explain what Together Separately is, just very basically how it works, what an artist could expect to do in our program. Then I will explain some of our experiences in a little more detail. And then at the end, I want to share some notes from feedback, not necessarily to feedback about our program, but feedback about the idea of being a part of a virtual program. Because I think from the feedback, we've learned all kinds of things about why the program was important to people, and that's helping us continue and change the program as we move forward. So that may also be useful to you. Okay, Together Separately is a program which began in the panic of the very beginning of the pandemic. Our residents cancelled, the year suddenly was completely clear, and I had this strong sense around me in the residency that we needed to add value and find a way of adding some kind of structure and making sense of what was happening. So very quickly we put together a rough program and invited 6 artists to join us online for 6 days. And from there, we've kind of developed the program that we have now. It's still 6 artists. It's still 6 days. The day begins with a newsletter. The newsletter is a kind of inspirational gift from one artist to the fellow artists. It's basically an email of inspirational readings, quotes, images, anything that they want to share to begin a conversation for that day. Then we have a Zoom call, which lasts an hour, and we talk about what the day will hold for each of us, how we plan to move the work forward. Bear in mind that all the artists work on their own work. They aren't making a shared project, and the project doesn't have to be about digitality or the pandemic. It can be whatever they like, but the idea is that they share what they're doing in this morning call. After the call, we have set studio hours during which we say that we will work. That can be thinking, that can be actually making work, or it can be, you know, nobody's checking. I don't know what they do, but from what I understand, they're working. And during the day, they use a messaging app to keep in contact. And then at the end of each day, one artist will give a presentation of their work and seek feedback from their fellow residents. And we try and get them to present something which is very specific to the work that they're making, so that the input that they get moves that work specifically forward. And usually that is followed pretty well. Sometimes people, you know, artists do their own thing, but most of the time we can contain them within that structure. Yeah, okay. And I asked the question about funding. At the moment, we're working on a pay what you can basis at the end of the residency. So not before, you don't have to pay to take part, but at the end, we ask residents if they want to make a contribution, they can do so. And about 60 to 65% do. And we cover the cost of our Zoom subscription, and our website stays up, and some of the money goes into our other fixed costs, and then there isn't really much left after that. In fact, sometimes I am the facilitator and I kind of work for free at the moment. Obviously that's not sustainable, but for now we want to keep going, so that's just how we're doing it. So far, we've had 23 groups, so 23 residencies over just over a year, which reading it actually makes me feel like, yeah, that's a bit more than I had imagined. That's 131 artists from 33 countries. We are very much focused on the practice of being together and making relationships. We are a new residency. We don't necessarily do visibility well. So we don't focus on that. But one thing that I really want to emphasize is that we're very much trying to make tools look easy. We're using things that people are familiar with. We use Telegram, email, and Zoom, and not much else. We are trying to bring people together, and we want to put as few barriers as possible in between them and us meeting. And so that's kind of where we're coming from. I'm not necessarily a technologically minded person, but I do what I can, and I feel like that's very much a spirit of our work. Okay, why virtual? Well, I don't know if you can all see that whole slide, but let me just, I can't actually see it. Okay, there we go. We have just talked about this a little in the last talk, and I echo those sentiments. I think that there is something very important about us being climate friendly, but on top of that, there are other reasons that travel can be difficult. I think sometimes we forget that artists also have lives, they have families, they have jobs. And for lots of artists, the idea of just leaving, walking out of their life for 5 months is completely, or even a month, is completely out of the question. And so I feel like virtual work can kind of meet some of that need. So just because you can't leave your young children doesn't mean that you're not a real artist with real needs to connect. And there are other things about being differently abled or financial burdens, which can be met through virtual work. Okay, so this is an extremely prideful slide for me. This is the list of countries that we've had residents located in all of these countries. Just to explain a little bit on a practical level, our working day takes place in my time zone, and I am kind of not that far away from GMT, so in the middle of this. That means that anyone who's on the west coast of the US is waking up at 2 in the morning to take part. And then to the east of my globe, towards Indonesia, Japan, those people are staying up until midnight to present, be awake, take part in another artist's presentation, and they do it. And they do it every time, and they show up and they look sleepy, and it just makes me feel like this is so important. If people are willing to get up at 2 in the morning to do this, then they need it, and we need to be giving it to them. And so I think that's where this idea that I have that this is really important, and I'm so pleased to be talking about it, comes from, because the idea of getting up for anything at 2 a.m. to me is, yeah, not doable, but there you go. Okay, big questions. How do we fund it? This remains a big question, and I don't have the answer, but I am working towards it all the time, and I'm always interested to hear how other people are doing it. And then some of the bigger questions, and I'll try and talk about how we've tried to do this. How do we alter space and time without traveling? How do we contain people within an environment without actually meeting them? How can it at all video replicate in-person contact? And if it can't, then what's the alternative, and how can we make the alternative positive instead of feeling like it's a lowly kind of cousin to in-person contact? And with these things in mind, what does the host do? My job now is very different to when I have people in the building with me. So I'll try and explain a little bit about how that's gone as well. Okay. Changing space and time. The virtual residency takes a leap of faith from everybody. It takes imagination from me and from everybody that takes part. But I think that when we think about why that might be, it's because exactly as whoever gave that feedback to the Res Artist survey thinks along the same lines as me in terms of this. The the physical residency gives you a complete change of space and time in that you're removed from your life, you're removed from your environment, you don't have the same commitments, you have a sense of newness, and from there, you have this inevitability of creative thinking and doing. You see other artists' work and processes, you put yourself into their position, and exactly as that person, whoever they were, said, this idea of modes and speeds, you know, you share a meal together, you see something that you've never seen before with other people. And so we're really up against a challenge, because to try and do this through video is it's really difficult. In fact, probably impossible, but that doesn't mean that there's not other things that we can do. To try and give a good alternative, we have a way of preparing our residents well before they begin. So way before the residency starts, we ask them to prepare a space, either in their home or studio, that will be their residency space. We encourage them to make it appealing, to make it different, to move furniture around, gather the things that they will need. We start to ask them, using worksheets and prompts, how will this time be different? How can you protect the time from your other commitments? How do you communicate to the people in your life that this is your time? And so what we're trying to do is get them to remove themselves from their everyday lives, using their imagination, so that the time that they spend with us is different time. During the residency, they use a messaging app as a flexible shared space. I explained the newsletter, and we keep the residency short. The residency began as short because that was practical at the time that we started it. But actually, when you ask people to make this kind of commitment, we found that if they're doing it really intensely, then keeping it short works quite well, because it's doable. It wouldn't be doable to keep coming in and out of this kind of invented space every day for 6 months, or even every weekend. So I understand that other programs do it differently, and I actually respect that, and I am even tempted, but for this specific program, we keep it short. My role, I do a lot of organizing. I send a lot of calendar invites. I make worksheets. I send them to people. I gather other artists together to ask them to look at the worksheets. We look at a lot of applications. We do a lot of time zone checking. And it's heavy, it's a labor, but it feels like a worthwhile labor. So we do it. But in terms of actually being in the residency, because video calling has such a bad reputation, I feel like I have to make everybody feel comfortable and safe. There's a balance to be struck between moderating and also letting the residents have the space that belongs to them. I don't really comment on work. I try and make sure that they know that I'm here if they need me, but I don't really take part in discussions. Unfortunately, lots of residents, more residents than I would feel comfortable with, probably about 20% of the feedback that we get says that they want more from the host, but I wonder if that's about a kind of fear of video calling rather than anything to do with me. Video calling is not the same, and the reason that I have this idea of the host and what the host does is for these reasons. It feels quite ironic talking about this to just looking at a set of my own slides, but I will try and explain anyway. Body language changes. You can't see the artwork. You can't bump into somebody by chance in the kitchen making a coffee. There's also a different sense of danger. We've had incidents where triggering content has been brought into a group without warning and affected other residents. And there has to be some kind of recourse for that. I feel like the virtual space that we invent is very much an extension of our physical space. And I really feel strongly that we should really consider that we have to keep people safe. And just because we're online, it doesn't mean that the world is not dangerous. also the difference between introversion and extroversion, I find, can be quite amplified. So some people talk really loudly all the time and other people slink into the background. And we don't pick up on that because of the body language. So somebody to just keep things moving is really important. I love that we use Telegram. I love the messaging app because it's incredibly simple. I feel almost silly bringing it up as a slide because it is so simple, but I feel like it's a much more flexible and natural way for artists to meet and share than video calling. The video calling we use for meetings, but the messaging app is where they get to know each other and where they make friends. It's gradual and gentle and they can take videos. And I find that the ones who make really good relationships on the messaging app in the first day of the residency tend to have the best experience. So whatever I can do to try and make that happen, I do it. I found that to be really useful. Okay, so I will just share these comments with you because they have really helped me in thinking about why this program is important. From one resident, many wonderful exchanges and collaborations and mutual inspirations were happening. Full of flexibility, creativity, focus, inspiration, and amazing people. I thought a virtual residency could touch things on the surface, but there were plenty of opportunities to discuss the work and other topics in depth. A creative and human experience. An intense program with serious artists that allowed me to push myself in a new direction. I wasn't sure what to expect given the residency was virtual and different from anything I've participated in before, but I felt extremely engaged with and supported by the program. Thank you.
For the presentation, and it looks like your program was really fruitful and very productive. And can you tell maybe, did you have any challenges during the programs or some problems, and how you overcame them?
Yeah, we have had some problems with interpersonal relationships. I think that remembering that in the very beginning of the program, we were in a really stressful situation globally, and lots of people brought that into the program with them, which is completely understandable. And I think that really sharpened up my idea of my own role in the group, just to be more aware of what's happening. I have been on the receiving end of quite angry abuse from an artist over a technical issue. And I mean, this can happen in real life too, but I think it really, when you've gone to all the effort of making this kind of imagined space and everybody feels quite safe, just to remember that these things are possible. Also, we now send a kind of warning at the beginning to say, if you're not in a good emotional place, then remember that this is intense. And maybe try again another time. But yeah, I mean, the danger is real.
Thank you. I would like to encourage our participants and audience to ask questions to Odette. And while you write your questions, I will ask another one. And Odette, what would you consider a perfect result of the virtual residency? Would it be online exhibition or selling of the artworks done during the residency, or maybe forming of collaborations of artists after your brainstorming sessions and video calls?
I can tell you the successes that I count with the most esteem, I suppose, are there are maybe 3 of the 23 groups who have continued to meet. So every month they have a call and get together and share work in exactly the same way that they did in the residency. For me, I think different residencies have different purposes. And I found that focusing on the purpose of making contacts that are meaningful and help you expand and view your work from the outside is the purpose of this specific residency. So those are my favorite successes, the people who keep going because they found a good group of people.
Thank you. And we have a question from Michael Hedrick. Did you iterate the program itself? What were early lessons that changed how it's done now?
Yeah, I didn't, not just me. I mean, I did it with a small group of people, but in the very beginning, I write fiction is my own practice, and so I have a really skewed idea about productivity. And in the very beginning, the panic was I just can't make sense of time. Like we're stuck in the house, we can't go anywhere, and so it was very much about let's get some work done together because I can't work out if it's the morning or the evening. And so we used to have this whole thing about how much work did you do, which is completely, bonkers. And we skipped that pretty quickly. But also we used to provide the newsletters, and that was fun, but it's so much better when the residents do it themselves. In fact, we just try and get them to do everything because the more they do themselves, the better the outcome. So, yeah.
Thank you. We have a comment from Clemen that's been really interesting to listen to. A nice approach, Odette. Thank you for sharing. And we have a question from Luigi. Odette, if you could choose someone to help you with residency, would you choose a technologist or a psychologist?
Definitely a psychologist. Do you know one?
Yes, I can share with you the contacts later. I have one very good.
Fantastic, thank you.
And also there is one more question, and what media do you think are at the topest priorities for digital mobility?
I don't know, but I mean, thinking in a big dream world, I would love to have a way of, so the messaging app is great because you can just come and go. But it would be really nice if we had a version of that was, you could see people more, sort of a whole body. I have friends that I've never seen their whole body, and I feel like that sort of anything that could give you a better sense of the size and shape of rooms and people, I think would be really good. But yeah, I don't know if that exists. Probably not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Odette. I'm very glad to hear all your story, yes, all your history maybe, because I only read few sentences on your website and after understand what I need with speaker in my conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
And we have the next speaker. It's our colleague from Ukraine, Diana. Diana, are you here? Diana, are you hearing me? Yes?
Hi.
Hi. One moment.
Hi.
I only want to understand, are you here? And in this case, I was very how it talked. It's I was inspired the idea to connection with an artist. Because it's not only a Zoom, it's not only calls and not only virtual something tools. And I want to hear about the project was what was in last year in Mariupol, and a few words about Diana.
Diana Burke is a project leader and coordinator at the Women Network International Digital Art Residency by Platform 2. It's Mariupol, Ukraine. And Diana became an activist in 2014, organizing a protest movement in Donetsk. After relocating to Mariupol, she has become a cultural manager here and started implementing projects in culture and activism with NGO. In 2016, she opened the Art Platform 2 in Mariupol and became the director and curator here. And for almost 5 years now, she has been coordinating projects in the social culture area, including 2 art residencies for Ukrainian artists, Z.Mist in 2017 and 2018, and the International Digital Art Residency Women Network in 2020. And Diana, we would like to hear your presentation.
Hi everyone, and thanks so much for inviting me. It's an honor to be the part of such a wonderful conference, an important one, with such speakers actually, and thank you, Lucy, for having me. And I don't honestly consider myself as qualified and like professional expert in digital art residence. We've tried it only last year. Well, a couple of words about me. Thanks for presenting. I'm project manager and curator in Platform 2 in Mariupol, Ukraine. We are the only independent cultural initiative in Eastern Ukraine. Let me screen share, right? Is it possible? Can I?
Should be possible.
Yeah, do you see my screen? Well, yes, so a couple of words about Platform 2. It's on the eastern most city of Ukraine, Mariupol. We are like a place and a physical and metaphysical place, promoting human rights and freedoms through arts and culture and we combine different kinds of events, exhibitions, concerts, and art and smart events, and touching different painful topics, I would say, from decommunization to gender inequality. And art residencies is only one direction of our activities, before going down to the topic of digital art mobility, I want to say just a couple of words about our background and context. Let me leave this beautiful picture here. It's important to know about our background. Mariupol is an industrial city on the easternmost point of Ukraine. Let me show you this beautiful picture. It's situated on Azov Sea. It is a heavy metallurgic industry giant, and it's only here. It's on the easternmost point of Ukraine. And very close to the occupied territory and war front line. Hence, it's very isolated on the other hand, and then it's very conservative because of being with Soviet nostalgia and so on. So it's very colorful and atmospheric place. Here are the giant plants and how it looks. Just a couple of pictures of Mariupol. That's it. So, I mean, this is the city that, on one hand, it's a rather tough location for modern arts, but on the other hand, it's very attractive and even exotic. So that's why after opening Platform 2, we've decided to make residencies for Ukrainian artists. And it was, as you can see, very attractive for modern artists and urbanists. have a little bit about our residencies, physical residencies. But of course, they were site-specific. Site-specific, they were very physical, very concentrated on Mariupol and the context here. Meaning that it was very traumatic to find out ourselves in the COVID reality, because we could not make this kind of projects anymore. Couldn't bring Ukrainian artists and actually work further. And well, when the mobility became this restricted and the residencies impossible, I just wanted also to point out that when you live in Mariupol, you are already in limited mobility. Just to give you a clue, here is the ticket, here is the train to get to Mariupol. To get here, you need to take a train either from Kiev, it's 19 hours, or from Lviv, it's 30 hours. So the sky is closed, airport is closed, and also the sea is closed. So it's like very isolated, just to remind you where it is situated. So actually we were isolated and with very limited mobility before. So I really wonder why we didn't come up with the idea to create a digital art residency, because this COVID has brought us to the understanding that now we have much more possibilities and much more open borders. So it was an impulse not only to think about supporting artists at this hard time, but to first time experiment with online format. And last spring, we've applied for support to for House of Europe, and tried for the first time digital international art residency, which was called Woven Network, and thanks to House of Europe for supporting us. We made this project together with Swedish Intercult and Scottish Fable Vision. And the idea of this project was just shifting everything online from physical to digital space, which was, of course, it was impossible, which we didn't know before. But still, we were naive last year and thought it would be just the same, but virtual. So Woven Network is we had the idea of supporting female artists for the first place. It was female artist residency with 3 Ukrainian and 4 European, 7 artists, female artists as a total. And we wanted to make, to address artistically response to the pandemic challenges and address the theme of invisible women roles during the pandemic. So we've made this website, and we're really naive, thinking that we will just feature everything which is happening. But one good idea was creating a shared Instagram account. Here it is. We decided to having 7 artists, we gave every one of them 1 day, so that they will, they've posted stories and just feed posts.
Diana, I'm sorry, Diana. You can share your screen because we don't see your.
I do. What? I'm sharing you. Don't.
No, not please.
What's wrong?
I don't know.
Sorry, I was all the time. I was sure to.
Not. It's only a few minutes. Last few minutes.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Yes. So one very smart decision was having a shared Instagram account. So and everything that happened during this remote residency was featured on Instagram. And as you can see, it's still living, because the project, like flash forward, the project has grown. Although ours was finished already, it has grown in other directions in Scotland and a Swedish Nordic project. But as for the instruments, we've decided to not only make artists, here are our artists, to collaborate and work together, but also to make a diary and feature everything which is happening. So, and we have in our diary, we've had so many interesting, topics that we find out and we could never predict before. Like, for example, first attempt to make a kickoff meeting with 7 artists and 7 managers. It took us like a week to just decide what time and day we can just have a kickoff meeting. So it was so challenging, and this was the first time when I thought, wow, I think it wouldn't be that easy, because in our diary we just wrote little notes of to make visible the invisible roles of cultural managers, not only artists. We've decided to make it visible. So like these small micromanagement tips, like we thought that during COVID, people and artists, of course, will be will have more time, will have more free time, and it will be easier to, to communicate. No, it wasn't that way. So we've made this little tips on Woven Diary, which you can also see on our Woven Network website. Another interesting opening for us, like insight, was, do you now see my screen? Do you see? Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
Was working in one Google document. Have you done it before, any of you? Like to work together. So now I know everything about working on one document and preparing something remotely. So and we have so many little secrets, like Tara is blue, Vera is violet, Diana is red. So please write everything. So Google Documents became our, our new religion. And one art response, one art object of one of our artists was also made in Google Documents. It was like an artist talk, one public event, artist talk, that was not made in Zoom, because we were like fed up with Zoom. We were like, no, please, no Zooms. And this artist talk was made by Alisa Oliva, Alice Maslenikova, and Tara Bill in Google Document. They were editing it together. And it was like live 1 hour artist talk and discussion. So here is like a cool idea for you to just to remember. They were like talking in Google Drive, and anyone can come and also like edit it and talk this way. That's the recommendation we have. Another cool idea was that we found out during this residency is, let me go to exhibition. It's like a final work. Was shared walks. Shared walks is something that can be site-specific and attached to your place when you are on the virtual residence. Again, Alisa Oliver, one of our residents, she made several shared walks that were channeled like on WhatsApp. And for example, one was safe and another one was unsafe. The idea was for everyone who is participates to go to their place where in their city where they feel safe, and then in one WhatsApp chat to just share thoughts, videos, audio clips, photos, and everything. So, and here is the documentation of SAFE, and it turned out that it's a very powerful and uniting thing that can, on one hand, attach you to your physical place, but on the other hand, to solidarize with other participants in other points of the globe. So here is safe and unsafe. We made it like a documentation. What else interesting? Just let me show you an exhibition. Okay, we also thought we will have an exhibition just the same as we would have had physically. But actually, we've opened it really cool. We had wine, we had everything. It was a Zoom. Yeah, and we made it really cool. Another cool thing, by the way, we've made like a bank of materials, like audio, photos, different like small bits of every location. And then artists, every artist could use them in their work. So when you go to one, for example, Masha Pronina's work for women on women, her collages, she used all the bits from other artists from other countries. So here on, you can, I think we can, yeah. The artist is Maria Pronina and the author, but participants are Alisa Oleva, Tarabi, Laksana Kazmin, and others who contributed with her for her work. So, and now we have like a big, like a great exhibition space with great works of 7 artists on the topic of invisible woman roles. I just want, can I put it on a chat? Oh, hello. Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, because I will put the link on in a chat. And the great thing is that we had the growth and like the project had evolved. Oh no, sorry, I just want one very important thing to mention, just that I wanted to share with you, that it turned out that different people and different artists of different, I don't know, generations and ages, they use digital tools differently. And it was very interesting finding for me that some people just do not use chats, or they do not know what stories are. So, and we really planned to have like a highlighted stories for every artist. We cannot see stories from the desktop, but oh yeah, we can. But not all of them. They just don't know how to use it. They don't have like inner readiness to use digital tools on digital residencies. But then we've accepted it, we've embraced it, and we decided then, okay, then some artists, they have their own rhythms, and we didn't want to, to push on them. So am I still on time, Luda? Or hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah. Am I still on time? Can I talk more? Or is it already 20 minutes?
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yes, so the most interesting about our woven network residencies was that we never thought it will grow, the project will grow. We just made it as a response for helping our female artists to survive COVID and to reflect on the topic of women roles. But interestingly, in Scotland and in Sweden, this project we had like a daughter project with our partners. They've applied for funding in their local cultural funds. And now we have Woven Network Nordics and Woven Network Govan. It turned out that this topic is like very powerful and potential. And now we are even considering like some kind of cultural franchisee or something like that, franchise, and to grow this network. I think I will show you a little bit about an exhibition we've had. I will give you the link to this site, and I hope you can watch the works of our 7 artists more thoroughly. But because it's like it will take ages to talk about every of them. One interesting thing is that during this project, we, like the Platform 2, we felt the urge to also contribute to the exhibition, to the artworks, because we somehow felt that we could also be artists, so not only cultural manager. So and we also contributed with a couple of artworks, which of course are not the same as our participants and residents, but still. One was kurvas and a response to the Polish anti-abortion law. And my favorite work, sorry for like talking about myself, but I've made my own artwork, which was called Time Out, and it lied in opening my own personal exhibition in Platform 2 at times when it was the full lockdown in Ukraine, because so that no one can come and see it. No one, like guaranteed was, no one could come and see it because everything was locked. it's like a response to regaining the control over ourselves in this quarantine, because I felt like, I don't know, maybe a few felt abused and very depressed. And I just wanted to, my dream come true, because my dream is to be an artist. But I was very afraid of it. So I just decided to open an exhibition when no one can come and see it because of the lockdown. So it's just my own interpretation. And one more thing, I just wanted to, like, as a tip to share with you. We've implemented a practice which was called sessions. Our artists, seven artists, never knew themselves before. It was like on this project, they just were brought together, never physically seeing each other, and like, and we told them, now please just collaborate and do something together. So it was like, and on the other hand, we needed them to, you know, somehow get to know each other. And on the other hand, we wanted some public program like artist talks, discussions. And we've combined these two needs with woven sessions. Sessions, we just randomly chose European and Ukrainian artists, and then chose a topic for them to talk about. And they were talking to each other, discussing something, showing some of their works in Zoom, of course. And this way they knew each other better, because it was impossible to, you know, get to know each other better in like a big whole Zoom, general Zoom. And it was very, it's a very good, it was a very great decision. These women sessions were like two artists, they talk and discuss something, and it brought us together, even like the most distant from digital art.
Diana, maybe you can to put this link to a general chat, because we can't share video, but maybe somebody
sure,
want
sure.
to. Okay.
Yes, of course.
Okay, in general chat, and we start the question.
Yes, let's start our Q&A session. I would like to encourage everybody to write questions for Diana. And again, thank you, Diana, for the very interesting presentation. You've done a great job, really. And what I would like to ask, I was several times in Mariupol, and it's really very industrial and city with its plants and manufacturers, and it's not quite feels like the Bohemian arts place. And how was your project accepted by the general public? What was the reaction? I mean, how did people reacted on the exhibition and on the pieces of art you've exhibited?
Talking about the previous physical residencies and just our physical work here, of course, it was like, it felt very provocative for locals for the first time. But now they get more and more used to our activities, because at the first time they were like, wow, is it art? Sorry, why it's not beautiful? It's not, you know, eye appealing, and it's about something bad. I mean, it's no, because yeah, here in Mariupol, like a conservative and post-Soviet city with this perception of art as something beautiful, eye-pleasing, and just pretty. So yeah, modern arts was very traumatic to proceed here, to process. But now more and more people here, you know, change their perception, thanks. But of course, not all of them. I mean, like, there are rights radicals that attack us every time, and they keep doing it.
And we have a comment from Michael. I love the experimental nature of your programs, very nimble. And we have a question from Odette. Are the women artists together for a set time period, or will they keep going until they decide to finish, or will there be a new group after them?
Yes, thanks, Odette. This was a project supported by House of Europe for a certain period of time. So these 7 artists were brought together for half of year, from July to December. Then the exhibition, which is like the set of digital artworks, was published. And the report was already sent. So, but still we have chat and we talk to each other. Original women artists, they still use Instagram. But now we have like already two more groups in Scotland and in Sweden. And hopefully I'm applying for another daughter project of Woven Network, which is Unproduction, called Unproduction, so with Polish artists. So it will be like a new group, and it will be a new group when we have a funding. So that's how easy it is. But if we don't have funding, we are just doing something when we have time. Yeah.
We have a comment from Odette. Thank you, Diana. That's real cool.
Thanks.
And one more question. How do you think, is it possible to delete this feeling of isolation with the help of joining together in virtual residency?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because now, during COVID, I feel much less isolated than I did like 2 years ago, because of when we concentrate on geography, on physical, mobility. I really feel like a very distant island. We cannot. I fly from Kiev to New York more quickly than I get from Kiev to Mariupol, so it's really, really isolated, we do feel. But now when the borders are closed, all the borders actually are open, all of them. Last year, I don't know, I went to Japanese art residency last summer, somehow. I mean, and then to another one, and like it was, the whole world is ours. So yeah, it's absolutely, it's a real chance for smaller regions, for smaller organizations that don't live in like a big central cities. So this digital art residencies is a real cool chance for at least in Ukraine, for distant, isolated, smaller cities to see the world, to network, and to really collaborate with Europe. It's a marvelous opportunity. So now, yeah, we feel like a part of a community, of artistic community, much more.
Thank you so much. And one more question: is your project a Woven Network only for artists?
Who else? I mean, you mean like cultural managers, or what is?
Yes, maybe cultural managers or curators or people who are in the field, or maybe some media.
Actually, it's a good question. It was originally for artists, but now when you've asked, I think we can really grow not only geographically, but grow in these terms of bringing together curators and yeah. Well, it will. Yeah, we will think about it. We will do something more. I think. Yeah.
Oh, it's cool. I want.
Yeah, me too. Of course. You're invited.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much. Yes. And about different organization. Yes, you always think about who founder, who create some ideas, yes, who thinking in this about this organization. And then I opened the next project on the internet. Yes, I understand what I really appreciate of openness of this initiative, and I want to present the next speaker, Michael Hedrick, because I was very impressed of building of very clear structure of and very understandably how is built this organization, and I understand what I can to touch to this community because they are very open. Olena?
And tell a few words about Michael. He is a trained architect who now works in digital product management and business and experience innovation. He has a passion to connect people through unique experiences and democratizing support and resources for artists around the world. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Michael, along with his co-founders and team, started the first online digital residency of its kind. The vision of core residency is to be a new kind of art residency to connect and create during times of crisis, even beyond the current COVID-19 pandemic.
Welcome, Mike.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so just as a kind of to build on that intro, I'm not kind of from the art industry. Even before kind of COVID-19, I was, you know, I'm a kind of business technology kind of consultant, and I work in a very different environment. But art has kind of always been there, and I was a trained architect. I've been surrounded by artists for a lot of my life, and so a lot of my friends and relationships that I've had were really impacted by COVID-19, and that was kind of the birth of co-residency. So maybe I can share my screen, and then we can kind of talk about it. Cool. Great. So just going to present. Great. So yeah, like was mentioned, co-residency is a new kind of art residency to connect and create during times of crisis. And of course, it was started in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, but we wanted to really build something that was going to go beyond the pandemic and almost challenge some of the norms in the art industry, but also give a voice to people who are experiencing crises and experiencing the impacts of these crises. So today I'm going to talk about our first cohort, which was responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll talk kind of about our story, the artists, and then program results and learnings. And I'm really excited to kind of be in the presence of other cultural managers and other residency kind of hosts. A lot of the topics that we've talked about today already really linked to the experiences that I had. So I hope that that this presentation can serve as inspiration or also confirm some of those things that you've also experienced. So, you know, at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, I was actually living in Singapore. My co-founder was also living in Singapore. We both had experience living in China for the 10 years prior to that. You know, and back, you know, late 2019, early 2020, the media was really focused on this, like, I think Luigi mentioned, like, this polarization of nationalism, and also those borders were kind of coming up. And so we heard a lot of things like the China virus, the Wuhan virus. And pretty quickly, you know, at the beginning of 2020, this kind of changed to, you know, pray for Italy, or, you know, stay socially distanced in our own countries. And so we really saw kind of the spread of COVID-19 around the world from a position in Asia where we started, and kind of this polarization, and how not only were there these you know, health impacts, but the COVID-19 pandemic actually shed light on something maybe much deeper and maybe more universal in people's lives. So that was kind of our inspiration to start this and really look at artists experiencing this crisis, and also how could artists show something new about COVID-19 or this crisis through their work. So, again, like as so many of you have said, artists were really deprived of any way to rely on income. Galleries were closed, exhibitions were canceled, residencies were canceled. And so we wanted to explore maybe a new way to support arts and artists around the world. So, this kind of was the birth of how we came to co-residency and the different pillars of our structure. So one of the intentions that we had set at the beginning was to try to use digital tools and this program to provide the same kind of value that a traditional residency would provide. So that led us to kind of brainstorm around kind of 3 areas. So the first one is artist collaboration. And we've talked a lot about that today. So building a community amongst artists during the pandemic and allowing for that crossbreeding of ideas and concepts to occur. The second pillar is advisor mentorship. So, one of the things that we thought could be valuable to artists was having industry experts or advisors who could potentially speak about certain topics or speak into the work of the artists and provide that kind of support to artists. And then the third kind of pillar was public engagement. So like I mentioned before, one of the big things that we wanted to do was highlight the impacts of COVID-19 beyond the immediate, health impacts, and look at things like the economy, racism, and nationalism, and many of the other kind of topics that were unearthed by COVID-19. So these were the kind of starting points for us. We had 3 kind of objectives for our first cohort. Obviously, the first one was really quickly to launch and support artists as quickly as we could, both financially and through our programs. The second was test this new structure. Like, would this residency structure actually work? Would it have a positive impact on artist creation process? So this was a really, a really big objective for us to test and to validate, like, is this digital residency feasible? And then the third one was kind of testing social content and channels and communication, like validate that the public is interested or impacted by the work that was created by co-residency. So it was really quick. Like I mentioned, we really, we really got to things really quickly. So we had this kind of idea, March, early April, and then, we started to engage advisors. In late April, we launched the application in 8th of May. Then we kind of got, we interviewed residents, we interviewed applicants, and we selected them in the process of 1.5 weeks. And then we kicked off 18th of May. So you can see that, like, we essentially built the whole program, did applications, and got to kick off in around the period of a month, which was really quick. But I think during that time, during the pandemic, everyone was kind of trying to work towards how can we support and how can we immediately get resources in the hands of artists. So that was something that we wanted to do as well. So just talking a little bit about the applications, I was really surprised. I think Luigi mentioned that a lot of the artists, we weren't sure would artists be interested in this kind of program, but we actually got over 400 applicants to the program, even in that short period of time, with almost no marketing put behind it. We had 84 countries represented in the applicant pool, 225 cities, 15 mediums, 14 issues and topics. So a lot of kind of range and variety. And then a lot of different topics as well. And I think the key here was that we found, the artists were already thinking about how universal this COVID-19 impact was, on, connectedness, collaboration, physical isolation, the collective unconscious, psychological, emotional, mental health. there were a lot of impacts of COVID-19 and a lot of great work that was coming in from the applications. So just to speak a little bit about our program, we had kind of a few different program types. And one of the, I mentioned earlier, one of the things we wanted to do was test out which of these activities would be beneficial to the artist. And because this was a digital residency, we wanted to try a variety of different events, discussions, activities, and see which ones kind of were most successful. So we had Artist Spotlight, which was basically a chance for the artists to share their work with other artists on an ongoing basis. This was a weekly basis. We had advisor talk, so the advisor would give a talk about a certain topic. And then we also had a discussion panel included in that talk. We had artist shareouts where they would kind of share their work and their progress updates. And then we had a weekly status email that was kind of written by the program team, which we kind of shared out to update artists of like what's happening this week and what are we doing. It went by really quickly. It was really a whirlwind program. So I want to talk a little bit about the artists. It was really, one of our intentions was to get a group of multidisciplinary artists from around the world. So diversity was super important for us. We didn't want to focus it on a specific location. I think kind of relating to what I was talking about earlier, we wanted to break down the barriers between countries. And we wanted to make sure that as we were building this program, people from many different places could have different voices, and that those voices could help to illuminate some of these topics and shed more light on how different people are being affected differently. So I'll just quickly run through these. So we had a painter from Costa Rica called Fabienne Stav, who is a playwright from Israel, and she's currently based in New York City. We had Fumban, who's a playwright and a director from Malawi. We had Gabriel and Francisco, who were doing a collaborative project from Portugal, both in kind of like experimental conceptual art and sculpture. We had Camila from Brazil, who's a photographer. We had Madison Vander Ark, who is a painter from the US. We had Yeji Yun, who's a dancer and filmmaker from South Korea. Pedro Fraguela, who maybe some of you heard his work at the beginning of the conference, Spanish audiovisual artist. And Marcin, who is from Poland, he's a photographer. Lauren, a dancer from South Africa, and Keith, a poet from the US. And just a quick word on our advisors. These were really amazing people who offered their time and volunteered to kind of meet with artists and also provide some of their insights. And we had people like Dominic Taylor, who's the director of the theater program at UCLA, Michelle Anderson, who's a curator and counselor in Sweden and China, and a bunch of other amazing people. So just to review the program in numbers, we had 10 artist shareouts where artists shared their work and kind of got to collaborate with other artists on their work. We had 6 advisor talks. We had 10 artist interviews where we as the program team kind of deep dive into the artist process and their work and talk to them about their background. We facilitated over 15 advisor one-on-ones where the advisor had a chance to work directly with the artist on a one-on-one basis, which we helped facilitate. And then over 80 progress updates, which were kind of smaller sessions where we were able to collaborate and chat over Zoom and other tools, which we used. So just to show a few of the photos, these are paintings, interviews, drawings, a photo from one of the play rehearsal that was created, sculpture, more graphic and poetic work. We had dancers, we had a play that was staged on Zoom. We had audiovisual work, we had photography and dancing. So we really had a wide range of work that came out of the program. And I was speaking kind of from my personal point of view, I was super proud and honored to be able to witness the work created during the program. So just kind of as a little advertisement, if you want to see more, we actually have all of the work exhibited on our website, co-residency.art. You can see all of the artists and see their work as the final output, and also some project information and the process that they had. So let's talk a little bit about the impacts and learnings from the program. So I'm going to talk through a few of the kind of quotes and things that we heard from the artists. So, you know, I love being part of the supportive artist community that meets regularly at a time where everything else stopped. So we were kind of this constant for the artist. It was a ray of light during this time, and that's something that I personally felt as well. Just being able to meet with the artist and connect with them. Even for me as a program manager, it was really beneficial and kind of rewarding. This residency is offering an intimate look into other realities, and this was one of our intentions at the start of the residency, was to be able to be that kind of cross border, kind of like breaking down borders, showing perspectives from different realities. And I was so proud to receive this feedback at the end of the first cohort. And then from our advisors, so, you know, this program, you know, excited for things to progress from here. And just from the feedback that we got, you know, around the quality and the execution of the work itself, which, as I mentioned earlier, I was honored to witness as well. I want to kind of pause and talk a little bit about my personal reflections, and I'm so happy that that Diana also talked about this. So, you know, I was humbled about the resilience of the artists that we worked with during this time. You know, I think everyone in the world was affected differently, but I was just humbled to witness the artists' work, and that we could be a part of them continuing to do their work. And I was inspired by them, and to kind of continue creating amidst this crisis. And then finally, I was myself pushed to create pieces of art myself, which was really exciting. So I think the residency also spoke to me as a program coordinator, that you know, I started to get inspired, and this is one of the pieces that I created, but I started to, you know, experiment and draw and just get inspired by what I was seeing with the artists. So it really spoke to me as a person as well. So just to kind of recap on our learning goals for the program. So we built these few different programs and few different pillars of the program. We did a mid-program survey, we did interviews, and then at the end of the program, we did interviews. And I think what we learned was, you know, the connection to the other artist was one of the biggest takeaways. People really enjoyed being connected during a time where they felt isolated. They also really enjoyed the expert advice from the advisors. So getting a chance to meet professionals and other leaders in the industry was really valuable for the artists themselves. And actually, areas to improve for us was fostering even more connection. So I want to just speak to, I think, what many of you kind of spoke about earlier, that facilitating this kind of digital residency is a lot of work. You know, I had a full-time job, but I was spending, you know, maybe 4 to 6 hours a day also on the residency and facilitating the residency. So, you know, there was a lot of work to be done. And I think from a program, you know, from an organizational standpoint, that's one of the learnings that we're looking to improve on, is how can we become more sustainable in the future, both from a financial perspective, but also from a facilitation perspective, which takes a lot of effort. In terms of the things that they enjoyed the most, I think the advisor talks and the artist shareouts were the most popular. So these were, you know, being able to speak to some of the advisors and being able to share out their work and collaborate with the artists. These were the two most highly rated of the program pillars, just if you're curious. So just to speak for a minute about our challenges and learning, I think I learned that it's, you know, about quality over quantity. And if you saw that kind of first slide where I showed like all of the different events and all of the different things that we did, if I, you know, in cohort 2, and when we do this again, I'm going to kind of go back to that idea of quality over quantity and focusing on some of those program pillars that really spoke to the artists and ramp up those instead of trying to do too many things as a program. I think the other thing is giving enough time and space to the artists. So something we learned is that, you know, I'm from a kind of very professional background where people are used to Zoom and calendars and calls and emails, and this is just not the same for artists. That was one thing that we learned, and so I think over communicating and setting expectations is really important. Yeah, I think the other thing is more facilitation of micro interactions between artists, and I loved the idea earlier about like chat groups and owning part of the Instagram page. I think these are ways that we could also learn and kind of foster more one-to-one interaction between the artists. And then, like I mentioned, clear communication and expectation settings with these digital tools is really important. And then I only have a few more slides, but what I want to kind of, you know, leave us with is what made the program special. So these are all feedbacks from the artists that we got at the end of the program. You know, the team being supportive and along the way being there and available for the artists was really important, especially during a time of crisis. Connection, so being able to connect to artists globally and the advisor one-on-ones. I think one of the feedbacks that we heard about connection is that we actually had over 50% of our artists who'd never done a residency before. So some of them even mentioned that without co-residency, they wouldn't feasibly be able to participate in a residency because of family or distance or finances. So this was something that they really treasured as an opportunity. Community, so people just felt really happy as part of this community, and you know, were able to kind of like interact with each other. Diversity, which was again one of our intentions. The residency was kind of this diversity in terms of nationality and also in terms of mediums. So we tried to pull together a lot of different people from a lot of different places to share those experiences. And then I think the last one is like intention. So setting that intention about where we want to go, what do we want the outcome of this residency to be, and what are those guiding principles that will help us to keep us towards that true north. And then what's next? Cohort 2. So like I mentioned, we finished cohort 1 last year, and we're looking into the future. I think like many others have mentioned, right now it's really about making the program sustainable. So looking into ways to keep supporting the residency in our community, both financially and from a kind of program management standpoint. So right now we're starting the process of fundraising for cohort 2. And I'm just going to leave us with kind of like, let's co-create. I think that's the intention of co-residency as an organization, artists, advisors, other organizations, individuals, like to anyone who's listening, let's co-create and like, let's create a more inclusive and a better world for artists who are experiencing crisis. And you can reach out to us on Instagram at co_residency and co-residency.com. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great picture. I like to start with this picture on the other screen because we have after a few questions had the coffee break and co-create. It's great. Let's co-create. It's a great thing for all us, and I hope it's good inspiration for all who today in this conference. Please.
Thank you, Michael, for so amazing presentation, and I think that you've done a very great job. And being an artist myself, I will for sure apply for the cohort 2. I'm really interested in what you do. And we have a question from Luigi. Michael, do you see a program like co-residency as complementary to traditional residency programs? Is it going to be the model of the future for those who want to engage in art residencies?
Yeah, so actually this is, and you know, I thought of this whenever you were speaking earlier, Luigi, is that so during our residency, one of the big things was to validate, is this digital residency a viable residency model for the future. You know, at the end of the so at the beginning of the residency, I think we had some doubts from the artists. They were confused, like, is this going to work? Like, how will it be? Actually, at the end of the residency, 100% of the artists said that they would do a program like this again, and that they would be willing to have a fully digital residency again. And I think the reasons were around things that Odette has mentioned as well, like family situation, financial ability to travel, sustainability of travel, like the ecological footprint, and also the opportunity for younger or emerging artists who may not be selected for some of these physical residencies. So those were some of the themes that we took. I think personally, I do see them kind of as a complementary structure, but yeah, I felt like through facilitating this one, it's a totally viable model for residencies in the future.
Thank you. And I have another question. Do you have a community after which continues to communicate just after the program? Is it community supported in some way, and does it have a platform?
Yeah, so this was something that we tested, and actually one of our learnings, I think we like Odette mentioned, like Telegram groups, we actually started a Discord channel for co-residency, which is something like Slack, but it's a free and kind of open source platform. You know, I think and I think even Deanna mentioned this, like adjusting to the user behavior of the artists in general. So going to the platforms that they're most used to. So we weren't able to kind of ramp up a fully kind of like online community or platform, I would say, but in terms of the residents themselves, we kind of stay connected through email and Instagram, and we have had some meetings after the cohort 1 finished, kind of to reconnect.
Great, thank you. And maybe somebody else from our audience have a question to Michael. And while are you writing and thinking over your questions, I have another one. And during the co-residency, did you have an examples of successful collaborations when artists were met virtually and created something together?
Yeah, so again, just to reiterate, we weren't a residency which required artists to co-create artwork. So each of the artists had their own work that they worked on. However, one of the things that I found useful, and this was a discovery that we made closer to the end of the residency, was actually using Zoom rooms and forcing people to have conversations. So we kind of, during some of the shareouts, we actually split everyone into groups of 2 and just gave them like 15 minutes to talk, then put them in another room, and then they have 15 more minutes to talk. And that actually triggered some kind of like collaboration and some work together. So we did start to experiment with different tools, digital tools to do that.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions and for answers. And I want to thank to all the speakers. We finished the first session of our conference, and we moved to the coffee break. And we need to clean
virtual coffee break.
Yeah. Yes. We need to clean a little bit our heads because we've heard so many ideas, so many insights, so many projects. So we need to rest a little bit, and then we move to session 2. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, my proposal not go from Zoom. You can stay here and back in half hour. We start 10 minutes before 6 in Ukrainian time, and we start second session and talk about a new experience. It's not new experience. It's about projects what appeared before pandemic as a digital art mobility project. And I hope you stay with us. And thank you very much, all my dear speakers. I hope we stay in touch and co-create the last part of my project, yes, in Slack because we have the good place for communication. And if it's possible, you can stay with us. Thank you so much. Thank you all people who hear us, and we back in half hour.
Hi, colleagues. I want to remind you that we have the second session of the Digital Art Mobility Conference 2021, and we are welcoming our next speakers. And first of all, Lucy will make another introduction.
Thank you. Thank you what will stay with us, and thank you who join now. And I want to start from short obvious what we discuss in this session. We discuss with the digital residency program what have appeared before the quarantine. One of them is the first such project in the world, and aims to support artists in the various stage in the process of artistic experimentation and promote digital residency as an alternative space for new visions. Support for artwork created employing digital processes, exploring the boundaries of art and technology, promoting arts who work with experimental mediums and are outsiders of usual gallery system. Finally, we will discuss digital art, ecology, and crypto art, which has become a hot topic in the digital world over the past 6 months. Other speakers: Mary Chamout, Montreal, Speak Air; Tom Milnes, Director of Digital Artist Residency, London; Vincent Chen and Wednesday Kim, its co-founders and curator, Deformal, New York; and Nikita Khudyakov, its media artist, X8 driver, educator and culture manager from Kharkiv. I think what all this session we talk about how artists feel yourself in a new quarantine conditions, but we also talk about how digital art start more important in the culture field and art stage in all of world. And before, I want to present a small my small research about how artists and how curators and founders of different initiative art residency think and what they talk about digital format. Some of them start work with digital tools only when happened a pandemic, but most of them work with digital program and digital tools very long time. At first, I want to talk when I was when I was asked the artist about how they impressions of online programs when they only start to try how it not physical, only online program. Yes, I got different opinions. Most said what the digital format could not replace live communication, and it was better to create collaboration projects only offline. Other were not satisfied with the quality of communication with the curators and organizers. And but some artists say what is great time. There is an opportunity to work in your studio and not move anywhere and be in touch with many other artists. From the curators, I hear about the main advantages of online format. Includes artists who cannot travel due to disability, money, family commitments, due to the health, family, or work reasons. Accessibility for physical disabled. Creates opportunities to artists who cannot obtain visas to the country they are from. Artists who would be put off applying to in-person residency because they are
Mistrustful.
mistrustful or don't feel represented by the art world seem more willing to take a chance to join a virtual program. Online residency not only allowed residency operators to support artists, but also create to alternative space for artists to experiment, explore ideas, and connect with a wide audience. For artists working in new media and digital arts, it's very important. Creates wider community wider community by geographical location. The native format of digital arts, it's mean about really place only for digital arts, not for some adapted program, yes? It's only a place for digital artists. Global reach for participants, artists, and audience, yes? And they think what it's better for climate change. I think we can to it's good thing for discourse because we use the internet and what is better to fly in the in the air or use internet we can to discuss today. Okay, and we have 4 minutes for start. Maybe now we can to use the, your general chat and try to meet each other and present each other today. We can to build small networking in a 2 or 3 hour in other conference. With chat we can to share with each of participant of this conference and I think you can to create something, co-create, if you remember from first session, co-create a great project. Thank you, Michael. Michael, start with chat. I think you can to share your information. Please, don't hesitate.
And I want to highlight that all the events like this provide us a great value, which is people and connections. And we cannot make any projects when we don't connect all together. So this event provides us a splendid opportunity just to speak to each other, maybe create some project together in the future. And we can better know each other. We can listen to what the people do, and sometimes some ideas sparkle just out of nowhere, and you see, oh, I want to do this and that with that person, and I feel some personal connection to that project, and I hope that this conference will end with such beautiful results like new collaborations.
Okay, I think we can text during the speech, yes, and thank you. And we start, and I want to present first speaker of second session. It's Mary Shamwood with when I search a different initiative, organization, and art residency, I try to find something unique. And when I find them Speak Air, I understand what they use. Very interesting system of presenting of artists, and if I could understand, it's not start as a residency project, start as a some platform to promotion of art. And before 1 year before start lockdown, yes, we start a residency program in the same online format. Mary is
Mary is a director at a Speak Air online residency from Montreal. Founded in 2016, Speak Art has promoted funded artist residency programs and fellowships from across the globe. In 2019, they launched its first residency program, Speak Air, inviting international artists to conduct their research on the digital platforms. Their mission is to support artists at the various stages in the process of artistic experimentation and to promote digital residency as an alternative space for new visions. Mary, we would like you to start your presentation. Please go on.
Okay, hi everyone. Can you hear me well?
hi.
Okay, thank you, Lucy and Arina, for the introduction. And I just want to congratulate all the speakers from the first section. That was so amazing to see, and I've learned a lot from you guys, and then it was such an inspiration. So as Lucy and Alina already explained, I'm a director of Speak Art and a speaker. So I'm gonna share my slide with everyone. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Before jumping into our residency program, I'm going to talk a little bit about Speak Art first. So Speak Art promotes paid or free residency programs and fellowships from across the globe. So let me show you the website so you get the idea what I do. So yeah, this is the website. Our mission is to empower artists by providing free resources to search paid opportunities worldwide. So I started this website originally as a kind of my personal research on artist residencies, because my goal was and still is to find the best suited residency model for Speak Art and run it here in Montreal. But for the last 4 years, our community grew and now became a hub of over 4,000 international members of a diverse communities. And yeah, also in 2017, we started interviewing artists who participated in the residency program. So recently we interviewed Marc-Andre Arboleda from Indonesia. So yeah, this project helped us to get deeper insights into different international residency practices, but this time from an artist's perspective. And then while operating Speak Art, we decided to start our own residency program called Speak Air. So here. Which is for us to learn more about residency practice, but from hands-on experience this time. And I got lots of questions like why I decided to do digital residency rather than physical residency. It was simply because we wanted to be financially feasible as we are self-funded. And more importantly, we wanted to explore the possibilities of digital platforms as sort of an alternative model of residency practice. Let me go back to the slides. So in October 2019, we launched the first open call without knowing what was coming in 2020. So with our program, we support artists on the various stages in the process of artistic experimentation. In other words, we don't ask for complete work as a result, but expect artists to share their minds and ideas while making artworks. This idea comes from Johan Psath's idea of process, which I quote. Process in the art context refers to the artist's own development of ideas and the interest in sharing this with an audience as a part of the working practice. So we started thinking on digital platforms, how can we put this vision into practice? So speakers, methods, and platforms. For the first edition, we chose Facebook as a tool because, first of all, it's user-friendly and everyone has an account, of course. And secondly, for artists to share ideas easily, we needed a function like live streaming so that they can reach out to an audience 24 hours, 7 days from their time zone. And as the first edition, we tried to keep everything simple and easy to use for artists and an audience. And during the residency period, we asked artists to be on live at least once a week and make it daily posts when they had extra time. So this was basically like a Facebook takeover. So our first resident artist was Bailey Keogh. So she started her residency in February. Her project, Politician James, was to build a political campaign for a computer-generated politician for a future where all aspects of business and political process are facilitated through blockchain technology. So from the beginning, she had a clear vision of her project, wanted to use this residency as a sort of introduction of her concept to the public. I'll show you a snippet of her live sessions. There you go. Yeah, I'm not gonna put the audio, but yeah, so for this session, she invited her artist friend / a blockchain technology expert, and they discussed the potential use of this decentralized monetary system as a way of financial freedom for cultural workers. The session lasted over 40 minutes, so I'm not gonna play until the end, but you get the idea. Yeah, but over the course of residency, Bailey spent a lot of time online, giving viewers a background information about the technology first. And through a conversation with her peers, she showed us the evolution of the project. 1 month was definitely a very short amount of time, considering the complexity of the project. And a couple of her live sessions got canceled due to her health issues. But I think this program gave her the opportunity to reflect the preliminary research that she has done so far. And I hope this experience inspired her to make the vision come true in the near future. So overall for Bailey, our platform worked as a sort of digital mind map. Oops. Yeah, so our second resident, Yasmin Alan Juan, took a completely different approach to Bailey's. She started her residency in March, which was the very beginning of the lockdown around the world. She presented to us her ongoing project called Illogical Innocence, in which she impersonates a Japanese idol. So for those who are not familiar with this culturally specific term, idol is used to describe a young entertainer in Japanese pop culture. They're often worshipped by their fans for their innocent image and look. So Yasmin, by using the image of this Japanese kawaii idol, wanted to challenge the physical, virtual, and factual fictional dichotomies to reveal potential contradictions in mainstream narration. So during the residency, she used our platform as a testing ground for this persona. And on our Facebook page, she was always in the fictional character and never revealed her real self until the end. I'm gonna play her live shows as an example. Yeah, so if you see her Facebook Live for the first time, you actually believe that she is potentially a Japanese idol. And because of that, our Facebook page kind of attracted the different type of audience. In this case, a group of men that were interested in pop culture or like Asian women. So our page at some point became a bit like a Tinder, which was an interesting twist over the course of her residency. But we saw some interesting conversations and exchanges between the artist and the audience too. So yeah, for Yasmin, our platform became a place for her social and cultural experimentation. I'm just gonna close this and go back to our presentation. Yeah, so during those 2 months, we saw how our social media channel transformed into an open access experimental space with multi-functions. And because of the flexible nature of digital platforms, our artists were able to customize the space to their needs. And then, yeah, we really saw the potential of digital residency as an incubator for new ideas and shared experience. And more importantly, it kind of allows artists to become active facilitators. And but of course, we also need to mention that because it was our first digital residency, we faced some challenges along the way. For example, to keep the audience reach and engagement high, we had to be actively promoting events on social media, believing that the artists will follow their original schedules. In our case, because it was a precarious time, we had to change the dates of a couple of their live sessions at the last minute due to their health issues and then personal issues, which actually made us lose a number of audience toward the end of the program. But when I look at how program unfolded and how our artists enjoy the experience, I can say that it was a successful experience for ourselves and then the artists as well. So 2020, in April, right after the first Speak Air program, the world entered a new phase of the pandemic. As all you know, all exhibitions were canceled, physical residencies had no choice but close their doors temporarily. And at the same time, we saw the increase of online digital residency programs, particularly in Europe. And there was always a heating debate around physical versus digital practice, not only in the artist residency sector, but also the entire cultural sector. And then this eventually made us question the dichotomy between physical and digital space when we all, when we were and then still are actually engaging and interacting with the two worlds at the same time every day since the pandemic. So this idea and then the thought became sort of the opportunity for us to reevaluate our residency operation and then to explore a new model that reflects the liminal state of our current world. And fortunately, in the same year, we got to organize a pavilion for the Bangkok Baino, not as a speak art, but as a curatorial collective little. And so we decided to use this occasion to experiment with the idea of liminality. So before going to the next slide, I'm just gonna play the trailer. Yeah, so we made this trailer just inspired by the idea of liminality, because around that time, artists were trying to present their works in the way that they could deal with all the restrictions during the lockdown. And we wanted to support their creation and then try to realize their vision in some way. Okay. Next. So, yeah, it's to reflect our new reality and new relationship with the physical and digital world. We wanted to present works both in a physical and virtual space. And to realize that, we used an open source Blender to model an actual space and development software Unity for simulation. Now there are many virtual platforms to choose from, but for this occasion, we use Cluster, which is a Japanese startup virtual reality-based event and environment platform. So on Cluster, anyone can create their own virtual world and upload it here and then play it and share with the other users. So I'm going to show how this platform works. So yeah, you create the world and upload it, and then you can invite up to 100 users, if I remember correctly. And in that world, you can chat, you can show reactions, and you can share your slides on the screen virtually. And then you can even play games with other users. So there's so many things you can do on this platform. Yeah, so all the softwares that I mentioned are free. Blender and Unity require a bit of skills and patience, but once you learn basics, you can do so many things with them. So using all these softwares, this is the result that we achieved. So to us, the uncanny similarities between the real exhibition and the virtual exhibition were sort of the representation of our current relationship with the two worlds. And yeah, artists were very pleased with the outcome and surprised to see how their works were digitally transformed and then give a different experience to an audience. We also created a virtual event space where video works were presented every week. The realistic but also a surreal kind of environment created a unique experience, and the audience was loving the kind of drive-in theater feeling too. So this new way of presenting and experiencing art definitely made us want to continue using the digital platform as a tool for our residency practice. So coming back to our Speak Air program, now we are preparing for the second edition of Speak Air. This time we're collaborating with Motomoto, an artist residency located in Kumamoto, Japan. I met the founder Hanako at the Artis meeting actually in Kyoto. And not only do we share the same vision, but we both wanted to create something unique and special for creators, especially during this difficult time for everyone. And so for the second edition, we decided to give artists a theme. So now we are inviting one artist working in the fields of digital art and new media art to explore our theme which is Zeno in the Age of New Media. So I like to play the trailer with audio this time. I hope it works. Okay, yeah, so we define Zeno as a foreign entity that constructs its own reality by rejecting universality and installing an updated, reimagined self. We naturally came up with the theme as during the lockdown, we all spent so much time alone and started reflecting and learning who we really are and who we can be. So we wanted this edition to be a place for artists to express themselves and really reflect their relationship with the ever-changing world. So this time, how does this program work? So the selected artists will conduct research online for a month and continue to work on the project on their own until the physical exhibition in October at Motomoto. Of course, due to the travel restriction, we're not expecting artists to be on site, so it will be a remote residency, remote exhibition. So we're hoping that our digital platform will function this time as a digital mind map and physical space as a sort of a lab. And we'll be using all digital tools used in the previous projects, including Blender, Unity, clusters, social media channels, and probably augmented reality for an exhibition. We're not sure yet, but that's one of the options. And now we're in the selection process, and the online program will start on 7th May. So yeah, that's pretty much about our program. And yeah, if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mary, very much for your presentation. And I would like to encourage everybody to write questions in the chat. I will read them aloud. And by the way, Mary, do you have any kind of virtual gallery, probably VR, or some kind of platforms for the exhibitions?
Well, I don't have a virtual gallery, but what I did is like I just created it's called World, and then upload it in the virtual space. So it kind of worked as a temporary virtual gallery.
Oh, great, thank you. And we have a comment from Tom Mills. Thank you, Mary, really interesting.
Thank you.
And Mary, what do you think? Like we all know that we are in the era of the digital revolution and we are all moving online and digital. And what do you think? Which art mediums would be of the top priority in the next years?
Well, in terms of priority, I don't know. Our residency takes any kind of medium, but I think the artist needs to be flexible to a way of presentation or to a way of engagement. For example, I could show a sculpture work, but maybe it will be transformed into a sort of a digital form, and then if artist is okay with it. So I don't want to restrict medium because the artists work with the traditional mediums. So I'm more open to any kind of forms if artists are okay with, if artists are flexible about it.
Okay, thank you. And we have a question from Michael. What the structure for the residency? Do you have a schedule, recurring meetings?
So for the first edition, we didn't really have a meetings, but we communicated through WhatsApp. So the residency lasts a month, and then time to time, I check on the artist, seeing how she or he is doing. And then, yeah, it kind of went smoothly without me involving in, you know, making a tight schedule for artists. So because the artist kind of became the facilitator of the platform. So yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. And we have another question from Tom Mills. What project is on currently?
So our second edition will be on different platforms. We haven't figured out like how yet, but then it will be on Instagram, Facebook for sure for the live streaming purpose. We're thinking also about creating the blog, so for artists to make a daily post. So you'll be just like a sketchbook for artists, and everyone can have access to it. Also for the online events, I really wanted to be engaging for artists and then the audience as well. So I will do that on the Cluster, which is a virtual platform. So it wouldn't be like as formal like the Zoom meetings, but it will be more like a sort of like a game kind of feeling to it.
Yeah, I really like the idea of this artist sketchbook, like a kind of sort of inspiration for artists. And another question, like with this digital transformation we are currently facing and the problem of climate change and the ecological issues we also have, what do you think? Can digital residencies and the virtual worlds can help in this situation we all are?
So for the environmental crisis, we're all concerned about that, and artist residencies, especially like a traditional ones, require artists to travel by airplane, and to encourage the physical mobility, everyone needs to take sort of the there's always like an environmental cost to it, and doing the virtual residency definitely I think like help well, because it doesn't require physical mobility, it helps in that aspect. And then yeah, there's definitely a great potential for solving the issue, I think.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for your answers.
My pleasure.
Mary.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I want to present the next speakers who answer me for my letter to invitation to take part in digital art mobility. As a, can I answer you in the end of March, because now I in the PhD process. And I understand what Tom, very busy man, and he must prepare some presentation, yes, for this conference, but they have very unique program and unique residency, and I want to meet you with this experience. Few words about.
Yes, let's tell a few words about Tom Mills, the director of the Digital Artist Residency from London. He is an artist, curator, and PhD researcher at Falmouth University. He has exhibited internationally, including at Gyeonggi International Ceramics Biennale in Korea and or London, the Center for Contemporary Art Lasniak, Dansk, and we 139 Amsterdam. Tom has recently exhibited at Format International Photography Festival 2021, and as well he is a lecturer at Fine Art at Plymouth College of Art. He is a curator and founder of the online platform Digital Artist Residency, which is an initiative that provides support for artwork created during digital processes, exploring the boundaries of art and technology. And Tom, we all would be happy to hear your presentation.
Thank you very much, Lucy and Elena. Thank you for that introduction as well. It's very kind of you. Yes, no, I've been very busy recently. I just submitted my PhD thesis, so it's handed over now, so it's slightly less busy. But yeah, thank you very much. So I'm Tom Milnes. I'm the curator of Digital Artist Residency. So I've got a presentation, but I've also got some links to some of the projects that are live and online now. So I've just put that in the chat. Let's
Sorry, Tom, we can't hear you. Something happened? Oh,
sorry. I think I accidentally muted myself. Sorry. So I was just explaining that the links I've put in the chat are projects that are online and live now. And I'll be speaking about these. So you're welcome to view the presentation, but you can also go and see the live projects in their natural state online in a bit more depth as well. So let me just share my screen. Oh, sorry, 1 second. So I'm hoping everyone can see that. So yeah, I run the platform Digital Artist Residency, which has been going since 2015 now, so nearly 6 years. And there's information there about the Twitter and Instagram and how to get in contact with us. But it is a digital online platform that provides opportunities for artists. As I say, it's been running for about 6 years. And when I set up Digital Artist Residency, it was there weren't a lot of digital residencies around at the time. There are a few temporary ones set up by institutions, but not like now. There's a lot more residencies available, and in there's some fantastic ones that are virtual galleries and sites that cater for a lot of different audiences as well. But when I set this up, it was fairly new, and I'd benefited from physical residencies as an artist, and I knew that they were great places to focus for artists to be able to focus on a finite project for a certain amount of time, and to be able to develop work that got publicity and potentially funding in order to help you develop your practice, if you were, especially for emerging artists. And that's something I wanted to replicate with DAR. Certainly for those artists who can't afford a studio or can't necessarily afford to have physical residencies and fly, but want opportunities to be supported in their work, certainly through digital practices. So let's advance this. So one of the first projects we started doing was about the sort of materiality of the internet. So interested in actually born digital projects, as they're known, that work with sort of landscape that couldn't be done sort of in galleries or necessarily wouldn't be done as well. So this is Eleanor Kendall Aranda, whose project, the Ghost Town Initiative, looked at ghost towns in Spain and how they're abandoned villages, and she repopulated them by using actors and people, and then sort of captured them using Street View 360 photos, and was able to actually put this back onto Street View, so you can go in and see around these ghost towns and actually view how she's intervened with it. And this is Kwai Shen, who's our first artist to do sort of a live stream of these ant colonies that were zombified. So this is about sort of the digital glitch in nature, and how this fungus overtakes the ants, and they sort of become this sort of robotic creatures that get taken over. And there was a live stream of how they start off changing behavior, really. So those are first sort of a few projects that we're doing around like live streaming and working with the materiality of the internet, and how these projects are sort of are more suited to being online. And as I was mentioning earlier, one of the reasons I wanted to set up DAR is because it can be very difficult starting off as an artist and trying to sort of fund your way through. So these were an Arts Council England funded project that there were an award for emerging artists in residence. So up to 6 recent graduates would be able to apply or get awarded, and they would get a 2-month residency, a physical exhibition, as well as artist fee, materials, travel fees as well. And so these are our first 2 projects from 2017 and 2019 that developed into an exhibition at an artist-led studio and gallery in Oxford called Avada. So these are some of the works that were created during the residency and the exhibition. So artists worked online and developed work that was digital based, but then with the idea of realizing these in the physical world as well, often through 3D printing or video or actual sculptural installations as well. So some of the artists here sort of working with like film, Sid Smith and Alif Ibrahim is working with the ideas of digital imagery physicalized. And also Mark Blazel there, whose works with the idea of abandoned virtual sites, actually, that like Second Life, and taking assets from them and making them physical. And a lot of his works involve just walking around virtual spaces and accumulating all these sort of digital objects and then making them physical in sculptures, like the sofa and the hi-fi and the phone that you can see there. So these are a couple of physical exhibitions that have happened due to DAR being online, but also working collaboratively with local artist-led galleries as well. Another social engagement project was this by Andy Abbott. And you can see here on the bottom right, there's a map around what is Oxford, and these are sites of different augmented reality works. So this was an augmented reality experience that Andy developed, where he went around the city of Oxford in the UK. And in the bottom left and the top right, you can see this performance poet who was filmed in 360 video. And you could go to these sites, scan a QR code that was hidden in the actual location, and you'd get a 360 VR or AR experience of him performing it at the location you're stood in, actually. So this was the lyrics or the poetry of it was actually developed by an online engagement through Digital Artist Residency, in which people responded with their ideas or lyrics for these sites and what they evoked, what they found important, or certain walls and buildings that spoke to them. So this is a completely collaborative digital project that involved audience participation, and then more sort of audience participation in actually being able to view the videos in situ as well through AR. With Digital Arts Residency has also been involved with the Wrong Biennale. So the Wrong Biennale is obviously it's a biennale, a once every 2 years festival of internet art, and our exhibition for that was called Wretched of the Screen, taken from Hito Stale's book of the same name, and it's about the ideas of screen, materiality, and the sort of the virtues and the curses of the screen-based media that were so prevalent at the moment. But with this, there were 12 different artists who were selected who worked with the ideas of screen-based media in different ways. And again, it was I think it was a 4-month-long exhibition and residency in which it evolved with artists. The artists you can see here making different works. Some of these are online works, animations. Some of these are sort of performance, live stream works that you'll be able to see shortly. So I'm going to highlight a few of these artists that I think worked in very different ways with the ideas of the screen. So Alfred Marasigan is an artist from Manila in the Philippines. He wanted to work with the ideas of the immediacy of social media and the internet, and how we're not necessarily present within our screen-based devices and are constantly sort of streaming and being in several places at once. In his work, Envoy looked at the ideas of live streaming from remote locations as well. So his work included several live stream performances via Instagram of a journey or pilgrimage from a volcano in the Philippines called the Taal volcano. And some of these treks that he went on for many hours to sort of remote locations that were interrupted by problems with connectivity. And then that was displayed in the physical gallery show as well, the whole sort of live stream of these various sort of movements between the Philippines, the volcano, and somewhere sort of metropolitan and connected like Oxford, where it was displayed again. The next artist in this show was Matthew Keff, who worked in quite a different way. He works with the ideas of animation and game and screen-based attention. So he's worked, he created a game, a physical touchscreen game, much like the sort of Candy Crush, these kinds of sort of addictive reactions, and sort of evolved a touch-based interaction with the audience as well. And these works you may be able to hear, but there's a pointlessness and a sort of frivolity to it that there is no actual aim in this game. It's sort of like it just craves your attention and develops a sort of, I guess, a narrative based on a capitalist sort of attention economy, but there is no actual end goal or any way you can win this. So it just goes on forever, and the animations change and keep your attention. And that's what Matthew Keff was wanted to sort of critique, I guess, in that a lot of these things are just, including Facebook and Twitter, are just there to gain your attention and keep them in the money. So that was The Wretched of the Screen. Digital Arts Residency has been involved in a number of research projects as well around the ideas of the physical and the digital relationship. There was one at Modern Art Oxford last year about called This Image is No Longer Available, that involved a series of talks, live stream performances, some artworks, installation artworks as well. So there's a live stream performance from Australia to the UK by Emil Zeal that involved working with ideas of 2 or several live streams going at the same time, and the disconnected and the lag between this sort of the ideas of connectivity in live streaming and the remediation of various networks as well. So there's discussions in that about the sort of the prevalence of the problems and quite a critical sort of engagement of the physicality. So Hermione and the other researchers there were working with the ideas of the problematics of 3D scanning, and how the physical objects are not the same you know, how 3D scanning isn't the same as having a physical object, or recreating these 3D printing isn't the same. I was going to move on to our current works, or our recent works as well. So in the last 12 months, I've been working more with groups of artists to create exhibitions. And our most recent one, which ended just recently, but there is an archive online. It's called The Preserving Machine. And the Preserving Machine is a research group of artists, a research collective that work with the ideas of 3D imagery, whether that be 3D scanning, printing, CGI animation, photogrammetry, you can see here, also 360 video, different forms of 3D media that are involved in this fantastical landscape. So these 3D models are created from different methods: 3D scanning Venus de Milo, or animations of a hummingbird. And this is a game-like environment which you can walk around. So you can go to Digital Arts Residency. I've put a link in the bio, and you can see the Preserving Machine, walk around it much like a game, and actually engage. And when you click on the actual objects within there, you go to the further sort of research about those works as well. So this was developed with another virtual gallery called Implied Gallery. Go and check out there. They've got an archive of really interesting projects as well. But yeah, these projects came about through a discussion between various artists. And the idea of the Preserving Machine is actually a science fiction short story by Philip K. Dick about a professor who wanted to keep and preserve the temporal and transient objects of the world through replicating them. And we thought this sounded like a sort of allegory for digital technology, really, that we're obsessed with replicating, representing, and reproducing lots of different things through digital media, and certainly for things like 3D scanning or printing. And that's how this work has come about, through various forms of digital replication. I wanted to show a little bit of Close Isn't Home as well, which is our current project, but I was going to actually show that by actually going on the website now, so I can show you what's going on. So let me just share the live Digital Artist Residency page. So our current residents who've been in residence since March are Close Isn't Home. Close Isn't Home are a duo, Sam and Grace, Samantha Vasa and Grace Kwan, who are based in the US. And their project works with the ideas of 3D or digital assets. So the ideas of things like Sketchfab or CG Trader that have digital assets such as 3D scans or 3D generated models. And they noticed that there aren't really many from marginal cultures or BIPOC cultures. So part of their project is to work closely with people who want to be represented through the objects of BIPOC people, in a way of working collaboratively, but also then being able to generate sort of a more less generic sort of set of imagery that is based around sort of the sort of popular culture, and actually developing something a bit more interesting. So these are some of the artists they're working with. And as they say here, there's like there's a various different projects they've been working on. So some really interesting, if you go and check out their work, like their grandmother's quilt, which is based around the sort of particular techniques of silk work or quilting that is apparent within Pakistani and Indian cultures, and that's true of the Pakistani and Indian sodas as well, which they're working. These are obviously quite familiar to a lot of people, but you would never really see a 3D rendering of these kinds of objects on someone like a CG Trader or Sketchfab. So they've taken it upon themselves to actually make sure that it isn't just the generic objects, and that other marginalized cultures are more represented within sort of these Western sort of cultural hubs as well. So go and check out they're currently updating this with new assets as well, 3D works, and there's they're keeping it up to date with the artists they're working with and the sort of discussions they're having as well. And it's really interesting to see how they work closely with people from all around the world in order to generate these works, and the sort of stories and objects that come out of it are quite personal as well. But yeah, that was about it really. I was just going to share my last slide, which is just the Digital Arts Residency Instagram, Twitter and Facebook, and some information about the site there. The links to some of those projects I've just spoken about are in the chat. So if you want to check out any further, go and have a look at that. But yeah, thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank
We already have a question from Odette. We talk a lot about the ways we can create in-person experiences digitally, but I'm interested in your thoughts on whether the fast changes of the last year will push the interest in work that has already designed to be digital. It's certainly come to my notice a lot more lately.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's an interesting question. I partly think, I hope so. I think, I think people understand, or what I've noticed in the last years, obviously there's been a big increase in virtual shows or works that have sort of suddenly been transformed to virtual spaces, digital online spaces. And I think with that, there's been a certain amount of clumsiness and maybe cynicism from some big institutions, as well as some others that they think they can, or just trying to transform what is a physical show or physical works online or digitally, and coming into sort of various problematics with that. So I think there have been more collaborations with people like myself that understand that this is a different sort of materiality and a different audience, or how, it's a different way of engaging with an audience that that should be considered, and there are people who are skilled at doing this. Certainly the amount of artists who've worked with on Digital Arts Residency, there's such an array of amazing artists that work with digital medium in such a skillful way, in such a nuanced and particular way, that I think people are realizing that this is something of worth, and not just because of something like NFTs that give it a sort of a financial or monetary worth, but that there are really skillful ways of communicating with an audience with digital media that can be quite flawed, really. So yeah, I'm hoping that the digital and online sort of shows get a bit more sophisticated, and there is a bit more respect to the people who are already doing them well. So, and I know that there's already some people speaking today who know that all too well. Like I know Deformal do a fantastic work online as well, and they're doing some really interesting, challenging work. And Marie's stuff earlier is another excellent project. Hopefully that bigger institutions will realize this and sort of pick up those people and understand their skills, really.
Thank you, Tom. And could you please tell a little bit about the structure of your residency? How do you use an open call structure, how you pick up your residents, and how you evaluate whom you would like to be listed at your digital artist residency?
Yeah, you're right. It's mainly through open call. So we normally do open calls via our Instagram, or we do it through Curator Space. And we try to obviously be fair and like support. It's normally a monthly, like each artist gets 1 month and they apply with a proposal. To be honest, we normally go for projects that you know, cannot be replicated elsewhere. So projects that are, you know, born digital or important. It's important that they are on the internet, or at least that artists have thought about how the work or they will engage with an audience online, either through the website or through social media. So that is something really important that we try and push through and state in the open call that you know, that the best works or the most interesting works engage or want to test that sort of engagement with an audience. And yeah, I think we've obviously been interested in sort of having a quite a wide remit of different kinds of artists. So not just looking at artists who work with CGI or virtual technologies, but people who maybe are not that you know, understanding of digital technologies, but are interested in communicating with the audience, or in a way that is perhaps unorthodox with, you know, is a critique of social media, perhaps. Like an artist, Alex Rodney, worked with the idea of an art market, an online art market that is through exchange, a labor exchange. And Alex didn't have knowledge of digital art or digital, you know, skills such as animation, but had a good proposal for something that was an interesting way of working with an audience online, and, you know, engaging with people to sort of create, you know, a trade between yeah, different practitioners, such as poets and writers and digital artists, who are actually exchanging sort of gifts and creating an art market that way that isn't based on yeah, monetary or sort of yeah, financial sort of gain. So yeah, that's the sort of thing we are interested in doing, is sort of projects that think about that engagement with an audience. Excuse me.
Thank you, Tom. And we have another question from the YouTube live broadcast from Michael Krasovich. What do you think of NFTs and the commodification of digital works?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Obviously, it's a very hot topic at the moment, and you know, I think there'll be other people who have a deeper knowledge than me, but I think in some ways I find it kind of curious that there is such interest with it as well. I think, you know, this is obviously a really important time for those people who are interested in the sort of the commercial side of artwork, and, you know, for commercial galleries and art fairs and things like that, because I find slightly cynically that it's a way of they've invented a way of commodifying digital artwork, and that's why there's some people who are suddenly very interested in it, in that, you know, it's suddenly a whole market of assets that are sort of open and free, and I think, you know, this is more of a question about financial markets, really, about how they work, and especially with, you know, the crypto sort of financial markets, about how people are sort of trying to take advantage of, you know, the burgeoning aspects of them, really. So I don't think in a way that it really it changes digital art in many ways. I think it changes perhaps the art markets more significantly. But a lot of these works have, you know, been made from digital artworks that are established maybe 20 years ago. I think even Jody, the art duo, are sort of starting to do NFTs, and certainly there's someone like Constant Delart, who's a digital artist, who's created NFTs now of works that are created many years ago. So it's not as if it's new for the digital artist, but it's probably new for the commercial market.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. And I would be present to you new next speakers. I present two speakers together because they both co-founder of one of the oldest online platform, oldest art residency. Yes, digital artist residency co-founder Vincent Chen and residency curator Wednesday Kim. They together create cool project, and now we can to hear how this appeared and what they do and how to take a part for artists, yes, in this project. Yes. Yes, and Olena, talk about both speakers, please.
Yes, thank you. And
only about first speaker, yes.
Okay.
It's first it's Vincent.
okay.
Yes.
Vincent Chen is a co-founder of the Formal Residency from New York, and he's a New York-based artist, curator, and residency director. He is co-founder and director of the Formal, an online-first platform dedicated to promoting artists who work with experimental mediums under-recognized in the conventional gallery system. The Formal conducts artist interviews, curates online and offline exhibitions, and hosts monthly virtual residencies. Vincent works in sculpture and installation, and his work explores the tension between shame and desire, especially in the exotic. He explores this idea in atmospheric multimedia displays that borrow iconography from queer culture, children's media, and Abrahamic religions. And Vincent, we would like to listen to your presentation, please.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Vincent Chen. I'm the co-founder and director of Deformal. I'm here today with the other co-founder and curator of Deformal, Wednesday Kim, to talk about our programs and online residencies. For the first part, I'm going to give you an overview of what we do, how we run the residency, and the tools we utilize to coordinate with artists. The second part, my partner Wednesday will give you a walkthroughs of some digital installations created by our residents during their residency at Deformal. All right, let me share my screen. Can you all see it?
Yes, it looks
Awesome.
good.
Thank you. So Deformal is an online artist-run platform founded in 2015 by Wednesday Kim and I, dedicated to promoting critical conversations in contemporary art. We focus on emerging artists working in sculpture, installation, new media, and expanded art. We conduct artist interviews, curate online exhibitions, and monthly virtual residencies. We do regular interview with artists worldwide working in installations, digital art, and other experimental medium that are underrepresented in the established institutions. We want our interviews to shed light on behind the scenes of artists' work in progress, thoughts and ideas, the difficulties they face in the art world, and good experiences they have had to share. We're very lucky to have interviewed so many incredible artists around the world. And we're planning to start a new program to interview curators, organizers, and platform owners that pushes the boundaries of the current art world. These are some online exhibitions we have done in the past. This is with Tara, Interview with a Human Hybrid. It is an online exhibition we did in 2020 with a guest curator, Alice Scope. The exhibition investigates the thoughts and emotion of Webtara, an imaginary character that is part human, part animal, part supercomputer, cyborg, in a series of videos, images, and interview conversations. This is Bad Habits, a digital exhibition curated by Wednesday Kim and I in 2019 as part of the Wrong Digital Art Biennial. The exhibition is a survey of contemporary video art. It examines the digital world's impact on our perception of consumption, romance, politics, and the self, with serious humor and through the very medium of digital art. The exhibition is composed of 5 thematic sections. Each section has their own room. These themes are alienating consumption, utopia, modern myths, urban war, and digital hypnotism. Each of the gifts on this map you see takes you to a different pocket of the exhibition. We created a custom page for each artwork featured in the exhibition. Here's an example of a video piece by London-based artist Nu Tian. And this is a page featuring a performance piece by artist Miriam Nia. This is a show that is currently under production called The Rise of the Care Machines, co-curated by Wednesday Kim and Flavia Viscount. It is going to be a virtual 3D experience built with Spoke by Mozilla. In this show, we gather artists that are also mothers working in digital art. It is a show about the relationship between digital art practices and motherhood. It is scheduled to be open in June. So we have been doing digital exhibitions, online interview features, and working with digital artists for a few years now. And in 2020, as we all know, the pandemic happened. All physical programs are either shut down, canceled, or postponed. We were thinking, how can Deformal, a digital platform, create a space for artists to experiment on browser-based art? We wanted to create a program that still allow artists to continue their practice, generate conversations, and harness communities in this dark, isolating time. We know that many people are either laid off or have to relocate and leave their studio due to the lockdown. So we want to facilitate a program that is not only free to apply and participate, but also easily accessible, that anyone with a computer and internet connection can participate. That is when we decided to start our residency. I'm going to go over the residency in 4 parts, starting with residency overview, then the digital platforms we utilize, the way we communicate with artists, and lastly, the tools we use to help organize our artist talk with our residents. Deformal residency is a 1-month-long program, having 1 resident at a time. The residency is a virtual space for artists to explore and create digital installations, to build international communities, and to have dedicated time and mental space for experimenting on something new. The first 3 weeks are dedicated to studio time, research, and creating work through the provided web portal. And the last week is for presentation and celebration. Residents have the option of having live streams of their work, hosting virtual artist talks, themed webinar, or even live performances. At the end of the residency, we also conduct an interview with each resident, and the interviews are featured on our website. We provide each artist with a Wix account, and recently with a New Art City portal to explore digital studio practice. These web portals uniquely function both as a virtual studio and gallery space to display digital installations our residents create. Wix is a flexible website builder that works almost like an Adobe program. You can customize everything in the builder freely without needing to follow any templates or grid structures. This kind of flexibility Wix provides is the reason we choose it for our residency. And the ease of use can also help artists that were not familiar with the digital space, help them to have easy access and to experiment. And New York City is an incredible platform and community for online exhibitions. Every show is a 3D multiplayer environment designed and built using their online drag and drop editor. It's almost like Squarespace, but for 3D environments. Visitors can see each other and chat while exploring the exhibitions, and viewers can access shows on any desktop or mobile device in their web browser without registering, downloading, or configuring anything. New York City makes making 3D environments easy and accessible. We highly recommend everyone to check out their website. They have a ton of amazing virtual installations created with their toolkits. We encourage different approaches artists can choose to during the stay of the residency. The first is in a form of digital open studios where the public has access to the resident site throughout the process, where the artists do some setup in private and then have a curated series of updates. For example, our resident Billy Ocean created 4 digital installations and published one of them every week. I'm going to go through these screenshots pretty quickly. My partner, Wednesday Kim, will give you a walkthrough of the digital installations I'm showing you right now and give you more context with each piece. So this is Billy's work for week 1 and the second week, the third week, and then the final week. The second approach is to create and install work in private and publish it in the last week as a digital installation. Here's an example of a piece by Adrian Pihon. And this is the piece by Sandra Arujo. And the third approach is to create 3D experience using New York City platform. This is a digital installation by Sophie Rogers, our resident last month, and the piece is titled 3 Minute to Midnight. It is a research-based project, and this installation is the manifestation of her research in ecological time, environmental change, fungi, and interspecies relationships. It is currently on view. Make sure to experience it on New York City. You can find the link on Deformal's website. We asked our residents to send us weekly work in progress pictures. We then post them on our Instagram stories. They function as sneak peeks of the projects, and it kind of built up the hype for the final presentation. On our Instagram account, we have a dedicated section for each resident that highlights all of their work in progress, final presentation, and promotional materials. For communication, 1 week before the residency starts, we send an onboarding email listing all the details of the residency and different approaches artists can take. To make sure that each artist fully immerse themselves in the virtual experience, in the onboarding email, we emphasize that mindset and dedicated time are incredibly important to the online residency experience. Despite being browser-based, this is an artist residency and it requires them to approach it like one. Plan on setting aside some time each day to log into their digital studio, consider creating a dedicated workspace that allows them to concentrate on creating work, tell their friends that they're in a residency and allow themselves to step back from their typical routine when they can sink into the experience. We also set up weekly virtual studio visits, like video calls, to go over their concepts and progress. It is a chance for us to know the artists more and for the artists to talk about their work and thought process during this isolating time. We then set up a final meeting after the residency ends to talk about the work and ask them for feedback for improvement, because the digital residency format is all very new, and we want to make sure that with every round, every artist, we keep improving and we ask for their needs and we try to provide that. After every round of residencies, we host a group panel and invite guest speakers, our curators, who are prominent in the digital art space to facilitate the conversation. Each artist give a live walkthrough of their work and talk about their concepts. Afterwards, followed by a conversation with the guest speakers, like Q&A, and then some dedicated networking time for the artists to meet other artists and curators alike. For our previous artist panel, we have 3 of our residents participating the talk, and we're very grateful to have Peta and Elliot from Offsite Projects as guest curators. Offsite is a digital platform. They curate a lot of amazing digital exhibitions, and they have a zip show as well. You can download them as a package and experience digital exhibition in that way. When we use Eventbrite to organize the event, they make the process for registration and sharing information very easy. And they're free to use as long as the event is free to participate as well. We will keep using Eventbrite for our future event for sure. And like organizing event virtually can be difficult. To make sure everyone participating is on the same page, we create like a timeline clearly stating tasks and deadlines so there are no surprises, and just to make sure that even though we're not in a physical space together, everyone's on the same page and there's no surprise, and we all know what to expect to generate the best outcome. And thank you. That is, sorry about that. That is the end of my part. And next up will be Wednesday, and she will go through some incredible installations with you guys and give you some more details and context about the artists. Thank you.
Maybe somebody from the audience have questions?
Yes,
okay.
after both, but
Okay.
we have the few words about next speakers.
Wednesday Kim. She's a residency curator of the Deformal Online Gallery, California. She is an interdisciplinary artist and a co-founder of the Deformal Online Gallery. Wednesday is from Seoul, South Korea, and she is currently based in California, and she works with a mixture of analog and digital media, including 3D animation, video performance, installation, print, and sculpture. Her work is informed by personal experience and human psychology. She derives imagery from nightmares, intrusive thoughts, and childhood trauma. Furthermore, she portrays the absurdity of information-saturated contemporary life in a surrealist fashion through wordplay, Wikipedia, voyeurism, and witticism. Her works has been shown in El Museo Cultural de Santa Fe, New Mexico, USA, Syrian Cultural Center, Bilbao, Spain, Cultura Lanzarote, San Palma, Spain, Bipolar Gallery, Leipzig, Germany, Pulse, New York Contemporary Art Fair, the Dock Art Center, Livestream, Ireland, Merdar for Contemporary Art, Cairo, Egypt, Kadaf, Miami, USA, Art Night, LDN, 2019, London, UK, Museo d'Arte Contemporanea di Roma, Rome, Italy, and Mimosa House Gallery, London, UK, and more. On Wednesday, we would be pleased to hear your presentation.
Hi, I'm Wednesday, and I will take you guys a quick tour for the digital installation made by our residents. Can you guys see my screen? So this is our page for the online residency, and if you scroll down, there's overview, guideline, requirements, and apply button. And this is Sijin Gary, our current resident. And I will start with our first resident, Billy Ocean here. So Billy, sorry. So Billy Ocean, she is an experimental filmmaker and videographer based out of Bay Area. And I will take you to the digital installation. I don't think the sound is working for the screen share. I don't know why. So this is her first page, and she divided into 4 pages and open to public weekly, like a weekly open studio style. And this is the first page. So she have some writings, the sound, some videos, and the second page also has a sound and videos. So her works are very breathy and internal. Sorry, is it working? Okay, sorry, my computer acted a little bit weird. So her works are very breathy in internal deep dive into subconsciousness. And the main concept and idea of her residency was love, deep love, reclamation, and rebirth. Like love for each other and for radical self-love, love for her ancestors and her Black people. And this is her performing. And the last page, so she has like videos of performing and some writings also, and there we have like incredible like sound. So her works have many fluid water themes, and they are representation of cleansing, healing, and rebirth. And I will jump to Sandra. Sandra is non-binary, gender queer digital artist based in Lisbon, and her work, Sandra's work involves game aesthetic and illustrating how the social media constant communication between Trump's presidency, the social media that became a deep mass of information. So Sandra trying to explore the logic of connection action versus collective action through influence of social media and AI algorithm. And it's about the corruption of language and its use for populism propaganda through social media platforms. Sandra utilized the installation by using Blazer's 9 holes golden game of Trump. So these are the holes, and this is the Trump playing the golf. And so you follow through 9 holes, the virtual representation of physical activities. And also like each Trump, you can just click it. For example, here at the last one, if you click it, the icon in this page, it's linked to the other pages of news articles and YouTube's like extra information for the residency. And Adrian Pijon is New Mexico-based artist, and he explored the mythological landscapes of both real world and digital space with focus on the paranormal as contemporary folklore. And his project is research based, and it's exploring the vision of ufology with narrative and mixed with current political theories and policies. And he used the browser as a mood board of the main character named Terry, who has Neptunian look. So this is Terry, and he is from another planet called Alpha Draconis. And he's been trapped in this cooperative office. And the mood board is a collection of Terry's motivation and throughout thoughts and interest. So this is the postcard from his home planet, and he's keeping the dream journal, and the artist himself also keeping the dream journals. And him taking a break here, and probably he's thinking, is it Friday yet? And this is his workspace setup, and some information about the reptilian and drawings of reptilians. And here's him trying to have a lunch break. And this is actually Adrian, him performing himself in these videos. And those memes are inspired by the UFO community. There's a rumor about the serpent's voices. They call Pleiadians, and they are all white, blue-eyed, blonde, and pretty face. So some memes. And this image is from Dr. Howard's Alien Hour, which is YouTube channel by the artist. So probably Terry is also like subscribed to this channel. And another dream journal here, like he really misses home. So this is a last video of this page, and I'm gonna just stop talking a little bit and let you guys watch a little bit. I'm not sure if you guys can hear the sound. Yep. And I will hop into Maggie Hazin's work. So Maggie is New York-based artist from LA. And Hazin's work explored the theme of resistance and healing in a cinematically real world of violence. And she's also a founder of the Jubilee Justice digital art project called JJDEP. And her residency project involves social activism, and it's a collaborative format that and has a mystery game and narrative aesthetic. So if you click it, it will take you to the main room. And there's a toothbrush. If you click the toothbrush, it will take you the index. So also she created all the pages here. And so she's been exchanging the sketchbook with DW, who is a teenager girl in a secure center for girls. It's a maximum detention center in the Hudson Valley. So the whole concept was creating for an avenue of escape through fantasy for DW while she is stuck at the center. There's the moon. If you click it, it will just take you back to the main hub again. And so I'm gonna share this video, the episode 2 unlock. And it's their first step in this. So it's her first public step in this project, and they have been building a multimedia project since 2019. And it's about DW's avatar character called Luna, and this is Luna. She's a little green moth goddess who is imprisoned in the moon. And she met her first friend here. I'll wait a little bit when it comes up. So this is Seven here, who is seven-legged octopus, and it's Maggie's character. And so it's a journey of isolation in order to escape. So I believe it's not just art project, it's more like empowering. And she's still working on this project, so she's going to be keep updating, and so stay tuned. And Sophie Roger. Sophie Roger is based in London, and she works with digital softwares and using CGI animations. And her residency is science research based, and here is her installation. We collaborate with New York City, as Vincent mentioned previously. So here's her installation. I will just go walk through a little bit, and you can just walk and you can also jump. So it's an interactive game which takes its starting point at the moment in 2007, when climate change was added as factor affecting the doomsday clock. And the doomsday clock was introduced in 1947 by Platinum atomic scientists and is a metaphorical non-linear clock which represents scientists' estimation of how close we are to global disaster. And also, Sophie was inspired by Donna Haraway's idea of focused integration of multi-species survival with a particular focus on fungus network and interspecies communication. And I will just walk around a little bit to show a bit. And here is portal to 3 minutes to midnight. It will take you to other space. If you just learn into it, it will take you. And from here, you could also like sign for the guest book or take a screenshot. Also, they provide a 2D catalog, so you can just like read out and stuff. I will go back to the virtual here. So in this space, Sophie and invited artists to scatter at Ayatana mycology research residency. So it's all about their research and conversation you could listen here. And I will jump into our current resident, Sidra and Gary. Sidra and Gary is based in Taiwan, and it's not done yet, but we will open in April 20th. So Sidra and Gary is based in Taiwan, and she's building an online game called Amy's World using my Unreal Engine. And the theme of the residency is a celebrity wife training camp. And it's an organization led by a woman named Amy. And they specialize in training young women who wants to marry celebrities or wealthy businessmen. And I think it's commentary on absurdity of contemporary culture. So please stay tuned. It will open on April 20, and I'm also super excited to play this game. So our artists use the residency to share radical self-love, social justice, scientific research, and interactive games. Because of their residencies and work, they made the formal residency very, very meaningful and special, I think. And we are excited to see more. Feel free to visit our residency page. I highly recommend visiting the formal for the full experience, which is really important to explore their full installation and check out their interviews. And follow us on Instagram for the future updates. And thank you.
Thank you. I will have a small numbers of questions for you both. I think you choose who can answer, okay?
Yes, because both of you, Vincent and Wednesday, you were speaking about the same project, both your common project, and we will ask questions and maybe you decide who you would like to answer. And we have a comment from Tom Mills, amazing project. How closely do you work with the artist in designing, creating the works pages, or do you leave the artist to it?
It depends. Some artists have more of a vision they already have. And if that's the case, we are completely just let them fulfill the vision they want. And other artists who have less experience in building web installations, we give them more input and more technical help. And so it's on an artist by artist basis. And during our our studio visit, weekly studio visit with them, some artists, we focus more on the concepts and just ideating.
The artist.
Yeah, and some
Please
other artists,
continue.
we give them more tips and we design the work together.
Please continue. Everything is fine. We hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So it depends on the artist and how much of a visual vision they already have in mind.
Okay. Thank you for the question. If everybody have some more questions, please ask. And we have a question about the traditional classic galleries. As far as I understand, you work in the field of digital arts for 6 years. And do you experience some interest to your work from classical galleries? Maybe they wanted to make a physical exhibition of the digital works?
Are you asking that will we collaborate with physical galleries?
Yeah.
We're currently talking with some spaces to curate some offsite and in real life exhibition as well. And we are also hoping that we can collaborate with maybe get a window space and in New York City in Lower East Side that our residents can have a physical presentation when the digital work is completed.
Yeah, because we have a case in Ukraine when one of the curators wanted to tokenize all the works and then burn them. So what do you think about that?
I don't know. That sounds very interesting. Yeah. What? But why?
just to bring the art only into the digital world and destroy it in the physical world, as it doesn't matter anymore to be physical.
Okay.
Art can be purely digital.
I really enjoy that idea. It's kind of like reminds me of like a funeral or like an emotional burial of some kind, and to leave the corporeal body and to transcend into the ethereal of the internet world. And kind of reminds me of like transhumanism and how they want to use cryonics to suspend human beings and eventually upload their minds. And I see the similarities and parallels with mind uploading, except it's not consciousness and it's art. But I think burning objects contribute to climate change in a bit. So I don't know if that's necessary.
Thank you. And we have a question from Mary. Great project, Vincent and Wednesday. Do you accept applications on a rolling basis?
We accept the application for the interview, like on rolling base. I mean, but for the residency, we have the exact day for the open call date and like deadlines and stuff.
Yeah. So we do 2 open calls for the residencies every year. And we focus on the proposal when we choose artists, and we prioritize artists that have a proposal that is specific for the residency. So we don't really choose artists that have an ongoing project and who wants to use the residency to keep working on it and yeah, we rather artists who have a specific proposal that they want to create within this 1 month, and we all communicate and help it realize together.
Okay, thank you. And we have one more question about the role of the curator in the digital projects. I'm just interested how it works. Do you support artists? Do you advise them? Do you consider and work out the space together with them? And do you help with the design?
We only help if they want our input with the design. We don't want to intercept too much of what we think something can look like, because like how Wednesday showed you, every artist have very uniquely different approaches, and that is the most exciting part of this residency, is how each artist utilize the digital space to facilitate their ideas and all of that.
Yeah, we design more for the exhibitions than residency programs.
Thank you, both co-founder of The Formal and Vincent and Wednesday. And I thank you because your experience, I think maybe I show them, I talk with is oldest, yes, oldest, because you had a very long history of your residency, and thank you for agree to present today with, and I think many somebody in YouTube asked about how sync up. I think maybe it's about applied of your program, yes, and we answer for this question. Thank you, and we have a next speakers, but before I want to also talk about what most of creators of digital art residency, digital galleries and different projects, most of them is an artist, not only creator, and they understand both sides of the process very well. And now we talk about how appeared digital art residency. After we talk about how work digital art residency, we talk what project appeared in this in the process of digital residency. And now I want to present you Nikita, who talk about what next when digital works is created. Nikita
Khudyakov is a media artist, XR diver, educator and cultural manager from Kharkiv, Ukraine. He's mainly working with XR and AI, managing VR festivals, developing art communities, XR Art Ukraine and Crypto Art Ukraine, building virtual galleries and the metaverse. Virtual Experience Meta Council was presented at Ars Electronica 2020 in Kepler's Garden. Also, Nikita is teaching XR at Karazin University in Kharkiv, Ukraine, managing and participating in audio-visual jam sessions with electronic music and visual art, and curating online exhibitions. As an artist, Nikita is focused on topics of ecological issues, mental health, and speculative futures. He's passionate about the intersection of art, social projects, technologies, and futurology. More and more, he is digging into the production of immersive arts and using game engines, virtual drawings and design tools, dolls, and more. And Nikita, please, we would like to hear your presentation.
Hey. Thank you for inviting, and congrats with the great conference. I enjoyed all the presentations. All speakers are great, so enjoying the conference. Yeah, so I will share my screen, and actually I want to to bring this topic about NFTs, crypto art, ecology, of course, and how it all connected and how it all can be incorporated to the cultural projects. So a little bit about my background. So I'm mostly involved in the virtual reality and augmented reality projects of different kinds. So 2015, we managed the hackathon in intersection of arts and virtual reality. And actually in 2018, I was experimenting and building the virtual gallery for crypto art even then. So yeah, then there are several festivals of virtual reality and augmented reality art. And last year, I found myself as a builder of virtual spaces and expos in collaboration with architects, with curators, with art projects of different kinds. And one of these art projects was called Kara Agora, and it was developed in quite a big international team of 6 curators all over the Europe, and we thought how we can build a virtual art center, what it could be, and how it could operate, and develop different kind of art projects there. But mostly it was hosted on Mozilla Hub, so it's virtual spaces, and there is like a central public space where we had some concerts and discussions and meetups. But then also artists developed virtual spaces as art pieces, and the whole project of Kara Agora was managed and grouped for like in 4 sub projects. So one of these sub projects I co-curated with Agnes Karolina Bach from Hungary, and we was playing with the idea of speculative playrooms. Like, what if we could imagine a future and create a playroom to experiment with different concepts about future. So, for example, this space was made by artists who participated in this project and was about mental health in virtual environments. And then there are even more different virtual expos with digital artifacts of different kinds, like 3D objects, and the whole space itself as an art project. So yeah, all this happened, and mostly funded by grant programs. And for me, it was always a question how it actually could be more sustainable. And then, you know, all this hype around NFT happened. So NFT, everybody's, so I'm already sometimes like, instead of saying hi to my friends in the art field, I'm just saying NFT. So it's definitely a hype topic, but I wanted to bring this up and to brainstorm a little and maybe raise this question on how we could use this and not to be not to be to make it ecologically aware and make it like a conscious project. But to start thinking about that, I wanted to just briefly tell that we're talking about specific digital certificates that allows us to sell digital assets of different kinds, arts also, and this thing actually grew much for last few months. So currently it's half a billion of market share. and it's growing very fast. We'll see how long this process will go, but still this is something that could affect pretty much on a digital art scene definitely, and on art scene in general, I suppose too. So you maybe heard of this big news about selling digital arts for 69 millions from a digital artist called Beeple, and the Christie's made an auction. So this is a kind of milestone for all this topic, and definitely this big news and hype around it is bringing more and more people. So we developed a community in that communicating in Telegram. So if anybody from Ukraine, from art scene could be interested, then you could actually join to the community by in a Telegram. So yeah, use this QR code to go there. But what I can see from the discussion and from dynamics about it, like there are definitely some pluses and some minuses, and there are more artists in a field. There are like lots of communication. It's pretty energized communication happening in the Telegram. I'm like losing lots of messages and notification is always ringing in my phone due to this chats, but it's still very interesting to check what is happening there, who is like posting another digital art piece to like marketplace, who have some sales and stuff. So lots of communication happening, more collaborations, different kind of transactions, sales, of course, but also it gives us interesting phenomenon of FOMO, fear of missing out. So it's not always we have some time to think and make something like consciously. Sorry for my English, I'm not sure I'm saying this right, but I'm saying that there is actually a big topic we should all discuss. And I'm talking about ecology and how blockchain affects to this. So there is quite a popular article, Unreasonable Ecological Cost of Crypto Art. And it's can be found on Medium, and the QR code goes there. So there are lots of different interesting information. And one of some portion of it is about calculation for how actually one artist due to minting process and all the sales and other transaction, how it affects ecology in terms of CO2 footprint, and how much energy is used for calculation to make this happen. And it seems like it's pretty dramatic numbers. So if we're talking about like average artist way for like an activity for period of 11 months, I suppose this was a calculation for this article. It's equivalent for like 3 years of EU residents' electricity consumption, for example, or like using a laptop for 83 years. So it's quite a big numbers. And if we compare it into other things, like for example, average annual European emissions, which are like according to one of the sources. Of course, there are tons of different, and I'm like viewing to different articles, but it's not from what I can see, it's not a big difference from different articles about these numbers. And the general picture and general situation is looking like only with artistic activities in a non-ecological blockchains, where like we can double the emissions budget for artists, which is definitely not a good thing. So we need to limit, of course, our CO2 emissions and footprints from different activities, and we need to go lower to be inside this budget of 2.3K of CO2. But above this existing activities and footprint, we can add some more in case if you're an artist and doing some crypto art and doing some NFTs. It's actually not so bad because there is different other strategies that I recommend to check. So first thing should be considered is that there are different kind of blockchains, and the most popular one, which is Ethereum, for now it works on a so-called proof of work model, and it's super huge numbers for energy consumption. But there are lots of other alternative blockchains which is using proof of stake model, and it's not an ideal thing, and definitely the solution is like it's a path. We should think and all develop these different ways and strategies how to minimize the consumption. But still, for now, it's one of the things that can be done. So how exactly, what exactly it means in terms of what should I do as an artist or a curator or cultural manager? So maybe you are already familiar with the marketplaces of different kinds, and there are some popular, for example, Super Rare Foundation or known on Origin, Nifty Getaways and Nifty Getaway and stuff, and others. So these are not only ones, and all these in left are working on an Ethereum blockchain and is using proof of work model and not optimal in terms of CO2 footprint, as I think about it. So there are an alternative like proof of stake model, as I said, and different other platforms. And this list and the first list is not the full one, of course. It's like hundreds, and there will be even more. But you can check like some alternative and go and mint your digital art without doing lots of harm to ecology. So I'm also doing this kind of projects, and actually as an artist also like tokenizing some pieces. And actually I do know that for this conference the title image is made from one of a Ukrainian artists, and it is placed on one of the platforms. So you can find this art piece at this platform that's called Hik at Noons, or maybe it called another way, I'm not sure, but yeah. And I'm also using this platform and like posting like 3D objects of different kinds, and this object is also could be thought as a space for exhibitions. So and I'm planning to make an exhibition inside this 3D model, inside of this 3D object. And the project I initiated called Art Sexualism, and we're planning to make an opening April 29th. And thing is, we are collecting and creating a community for artists who are interested in working in crypto art in this ecological way with proof of stake blockchains. So these and other projects that are trying to be ecological or like more optimal in terms of CO2 footprint could be found with this hashtag that's getting more popular. It's clean NFT. Yeah, so these are like main thesis I wanted to bring up to this conference. And since I wanted to have some time maybe for some questions, I actually want to yeah, to finish with the presentation and maybe go with the discussion.
Thank you, Nikita.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. While we are waiting for the questions from other participants, could you please tell a little bit more about the community Crypto Art Ukraine, how to get there, what you are doing there, what questions you solve, just how it works?
Yes, because we think what is very similar as a digital residency program.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for questions. So I do have this experience of building communities of different kinds. And first, I was trying to manage it to develop a community around movie making, and it was pretty hard. So what I found during this movie making community, and then I was trying to make a game development community, that's while you are doing something as an initiator, as a cultural manager, it works somehow, it lives. But then if you are not actually participating, it's pretty hard to build a community that sustainable and members are contributing with some information and sharing the info. So it's actually, for now, it's very different to what I can see in crypto arts community. So for now, it's just a Telegram group, and it's like super horizontal thing in terms of communication. There are, for now, not really lots of rules there, so it's pretty anarchic, but it works well. I don't see any bully person or something like this, so I do see lots of support, advices, even from artists that do have a bigger experience, because there are actually several artists that works in this field for 2 years already and have a pretty interesting history of exhibitions, amazing works, lots of publications, lots of sales as a result. So they're also participating in the life of this community and sharing their experience. So like additional thanks to Yuri Miron, to Alexey Yalovega, to Nastya Yalovega, to Igor Rybchuk. It's they're pretty amazing. So I can see it's really working without anyone pushing the community or saying like, let's do this or let's do that. And this is the most wonderful part from NFT, actually. Like the level of energy and communication inside like digital art media art community is huge. Like lots of new people around, like people are like starting to experiment, to like position themselves as artists. And like some could say it's brings lots of not a high art, not a quality art or something like this, but I'm thinking in an opposite direction. I'm like thinking that like it's more self actualization, self realization is better. Like let's all be artists, let's all post like NFTs. It doesn't mean that like it will be hard to find a good art if you know what exactly is good art for you. Like it's always will be some clusters and activities like galleries and like residences of different kinds, like the previous speakers was managing. Like these kind of projects will still be curating the whole scene and be showing like the most interesting things that are going on. So yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Thank you. And we have another question from Tom Mills. Fascinating studying of the environmental impact of NFTs. Nikita, do you think it will change the way people make digital art?
Yeah, so first I understand that due to time of this talk and to other reading, and there are not lots of information yet there about ecology and NFTs. It's definitely worth to dig in and to have a discussion maybe with other perspectives. So I understand that any one opinion could be not enough to get enough information about that. So don't be too, I don't know, trustful to the info I presented. It's just one of the sources. Yeah, and regarding on how it could affect to digital art, I found very interesting examples of how actually blockchain is used as an artistic medium. So you can go further, not only tokenize your image 3D model art piece of any kind, you can use the blockchain itself as one of the mechanics for your art piece. Like it could be an interaction of some way, or a way you could store information, and the way that nobody could remove it in the blockchain. So you could use your art as a container for any information that should be stored for a long period. And then there are very interesting projects, for example, from Artis that call himself Pack. So he's doing interactive things with the blockchain, like separating the art piece on different sections and then tokenizing different sections. And there is a website that shows only those parts of a image that were sold. So this is also one of the interesting mechanics. Then you can create like generative algorithm that create arts, create like images or something, because the art project in this way could be considered in a bigger frame, including the generative algorithm itself. But then each piece could be tokenized also. And there are much more different scenarios, and I think we will see even more later, or of how actually the blockchain itself could be a part of art projects. And this is just one way we could think about it. Another thing is that how it's boosting the communication. So we will see, I think we will see lots of new names, and from the discussion of new people with existing art market and experts, it seems that we are rethinking existing theses and existing rules of art market. So the whole discourse, cultural discourse, is really like shaky for now. Like I do see that the traditional art experts keeping a serious phase during this kind of a discussion, but actually it's pretty amazing. Maybe we will rethink some of fundamental things that are for now we are thinking as true, and we could maybe switch it somehow. It's sorry for this long answer, but I think it's also corresponds to like topic of metamodernism as a maybe new discourse that is happening right now, and like traditional art scene and philosophy scene also not always ready to set it to name it as a already existing and like something solid. But it's definitely like I'm feeling that the whole environment and whole cultural field is changing, and NFTs is one of these like big signals about it. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say it's interesting that you mentioned the idea of blockchain as a process, or the generative sort of algorithms potentials of this and how that could change digital art as well. And I think it's because one of the more interesting versions of NFTs that I've seen is the Mad Dog Jones work that's come out recently. It's been sold by Phillips auctioneers. It's a really big fine art auctioneers, and they're talking about this idea of the multi-generational NFT. And it's like how it produces and randomizes other artworks that then become sellable, and they don't know how it's going to do that really, because there's a certain randomization within it. But yeah, and the imagery within that is maybe not so interesting, but the process of how it's made, I think, is interesting. And I think there's definitely potential there for how the blockchain or artworks that use the process of the blockchain and algorithms, the nature of materiality of the internet is going to be fascinating over the next few years, and I don't know whether this really changes the way people think about the their digital lives, and the sort of all the structures behind it that control all these things.
Yeah, thank you for these questions. Pretty amazing. Hope we will use all these features like without harming ecology. So like #clean NFT once again.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Nikita. I want to ask the last question. It's very simple. How you think digital art? It's a globally art mobility. It's about globally or about mobility, because we talk about art mobility, but always talk about the globally maybe involving artist and curator, different organization. But we not talk about mobility. Maybe we don't need to use these terms.
Is it a question for me or for?
Who want to answer, please?
Yeah, maybe I can come in on this a bit. I think some of the ideas of mobility for digital artist residency has been around the ideas that the costs and the accessibility of it for like emerging artists or artists from around the globe, or people who don't have necessarily the access to other artistic funds, like marginalized artists or from marginalized backgrounds, are people we've tried to support certainly over the last few years. So I think the idea that using these platforms to be able to sort of mobilize the voices of people who are marginalized is an important aspect of it, and that's certainly how it's guided my you know, the projects that I'm interested in. Certainly, you know, how can we give voice to people that you wouldn't normally hear about through the internet, or even through arts art institutions as well. So I think digital art has a big role to play in that. That's something that, you know, I know Deform will do, and I know Maria was talking about earlier as well. I think that's an important thing to sort of increase in its prevalence as well.
Thank you. I think we, if somebody want to talk about something or maybe ask some question, it's a last chance in this conference. Please try. If not, we can stay in touch in general chat in YouTube, yes, near the live stream, and can to talk with speakers in other Slack. Yes, and I hope today we can to inspire many curators and many artists to apply it and create, co-create good project. And I want to attention about co-create and create. Because we not only invite somebody, when we as a curator start some program, yes, we start as an artist, yes, we build with some platform, with some canvas for a new project. And I very like this process, and I like the physical program, but digital program, what I tried last year, for me it's a very good thing, because people more openly and people more yes, courageous, yes. And when we can to open the opportunity to artists, they can co-create without helping, only have some place, yes. And we can look with experiences, with examples in different digital program, what we about we hear today what about different experience. I thank you all for share your experience. I thank you all who are very interesting of this yes, of this conference, and we promise to put on YouTube channel of Congress of Culture Activists the video with the subtitles, Ukrainian subtitles, yes, and we can share this video middle there all participant of this conference, and maybe a few works from Olena.
Yes, the video will be available at YouTube maybe in 2 weeks after we finish preparing the speeches and transcribing and making the subtitles. So both viewer audience like Ukrainian speaking and English speaking can enjoy all your presentations. I want to thank all of you, because today I really enjoyed seeing this smiling faces of people talking about what they are most passionate in their lives. I'm happy to meet all of you. I'm happy to present all of you a little bit, and thank you so much. It was so interesting. Let's connect.
So thank you, and yeah, yes, it's cool. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you. And we can to create different emotion, yes? Virtual emotion. Oh. Okay. Thank you, guys. See you, and stay in touch. I wish you a great new project and new art. Bye.
Bye, everyone. I'm so happy to meet all of you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.